Hello everybody, my name is Nevin Isaiah the Gouda Pack, and I am here to bring you the good news. Do you find yourself blaming work, school, family for why you aren't hitting the same lineups as before? Are you getting tired of matching into lobbies full of unemployed, sweaty, no-lifes that have never touched a job before? Then you're exactly who this league was made for. Because that's where Working Gamers comes in. We're building structured, competitive gaming leagues designed specifically for working adults. Real teams full of your neighbors, coworkers, and friends you haven't even met yet. Real schedules, seasonal leagues, and tournaments that keep your career in mind and create fun for you to jump into after the work is done. And real competition for the gamer with a job that only wanted to grow up but never give up. We build leagues around your busy life.
Are you ready to get started, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely. We had this bracket settled a whole month ago, back when the meta was still being developed and the season was very early, but we are ready to get into the thick of things. We have our finals here. It's going to be a best of 3 on stage. The 2 teams before you today, League United and Expedition 808, which ended up being our first and second seeds. So, you know, the expected heavyweights making it all the way to the finals. Congratulations to them. One final hurdle for them before they get to claim themselves victors. As okay, we saw a little bit of action going on from one of the players. I think they're a little excited. We are too, to be honest.
We caught this man like spread eagle on the desk, though, from League United right next to the camera. But I'm really excited for this game. You know, it was multiple weeks of back-to-back games. These teams are updating their strategies, and of course with the patches, it's so unpredictable, and they're forced to switch up every time they play. But we made it. We made it to Kawaii Kon 2026. We made it to the main stage in the video gaming room, and I'm ready to see some League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. And this broadcast is brought to you by Working Gamers, Hawaii's first adult esports recreation league, built for players who love competition but have real schedules, responsibilities, and real lives. Working Gamers is all about bringing community, competition, and connection back into your busy lives through our structured leagues, homegrown vibes, and a safe place where you can actually game and meet others like yourself. If you've ever been one of those people that are like, I wish I had time to game again, this is where that starts. Join the Discord and connect with gamers who get what it means to balance work, life, and gaming. And I definitely know what that's like. Once you hit that adult life, you're kind of that NPC of society. So
but then you have big girl money to spend on your said video games and hobbies.
Exactly. So Working Gamers is a great place to connect with people who are just like that. And, you know, we were talking about it. These 2 teams, they had the run-of-the-mill during the bracket. It was relatively comfortable for both teams, I do want to say. We had, I believe they met a little bit one time during the bracket. One of them got knocked down to the lower finals, where they ended up beating out Bukake. Made it back up here, so a little bit of a detour, but still their rightful place, first and second seed here in the finals.
And both of these teams are so incredibly strong. We're going to have some stats on the screen for you. Hart is going to be your top laner with an overall 13 to 8 to 37 overall stats. And that is great coming from a top laner. And then we have Toasty in the jungle, 23, 11, and 59. Going to be all around the map. And of course, Cinnamon, we saw her yesterday, 34, 1 and 30. What an impressive KDA.
Yeah, so that's the Expedition 808 roster. They actually won against the first seed. They had that comfortable ride heading into this finals. On the other side of the bracket is going to be League United, the first seed actually, who had to take that detour down against Pokake, made it here in 2-1 fashion, so a little bit of a rougher road, but still ended up here. I do want to point out the jungler on this team has been a very big catalyst for the plays that we've seen. What's your Kakao and what's your WeChat? You kind of can see the little e-dating kind of vibe going on between those two players.
Yes, what your Kakao and what your WeChat, the jungler and the ADC.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not the the bot lane of support, but to each their own.
To each their own, absolutely.
To each their own duo.
Yeah. very good star players on both rosters. We're going to have to see what the synergies are like today as we head into the draft, getting this game 1 ready for you guys. Again, it is a best of 3, so you can kind of test the waters in this first game, but 2-0, a much more comfortable ride than a 2-1. 2-1 if you need it be, and you lose that first game, that reverse sweep potential is always there as we head into our first draft right here. Again, the Hawaii Esports Open Championship Finals in the Kamehameha 3 room at Kawaii Kon 2026. Game number 1 draft underway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious as to, because it is a best of 3. Oh, and I see a Samira hover. So we have an Udyr ban for League United, and then we see a Samira hover for Expedition 808. Very drastically different bans here. So we have a jungler ban versus an ADC ban, but Samira is one of those ADCs where she has so much all-in potential, and with her W, any projectiles, of course, going to be out of the way. And Smolder going to be, so we have double ADC ban, so we have Smolder Samira for Expedition 808, and then we have Udyr Irelia for League United.
Yeah, and I think it really speaks to, you know, doing your homework. You, like I said, had a month to prepare for this, and it was pretty recognizable from the tournament ourselves that the star players on both sides are going to be on the side of Expedition 808. It's going to be Toasty and Cinnamon. That jungle mid duel has been so good. Toasty in particular has had really niche picks that kind of go against what you expect in the traditional jungle meta, which is why you see the Udyr ban. That Nautilus ban, as a matter of fact, is not targeted towards Blank, it's targeted towards Toasty. So that's just a testament to how crazy of a pull that is. On the other side, what's your WeChat? That 80 carry, that hyper carry has been so pivotal in the team fights that have brought League United to where they are right now, which is why you see the snowbally easy to take off Samira that just takes over the game with a couple of kills in that laning phase, taken off. That Smolder with that hyper carry potential stacking up to that 225 as soon as possible also can take over a game pretty quickly. So these bans are very, very targeted.
Yeah, and you know, we have a fire back with the Nami support ban. So we have the bot lane being targeted completely here by Expedition 808. But we saw yesterday that Toasty was so impressive on that Nautilus jungle. Now we have some picks locked in for both teams. So we have Bob on the Nefiri, and we did see this yesterday, I believe, during our pick'ems. Pickup games, and Expedition 808 going to be locking in a Mumu.
So these could both be jungle picks. But we have seen a bit crazier things. There's actually been a lot of Nefiri solo lane that's been appearing in pro play, and I'm not sure if League United want to test the waters for that here in the finals. That Ahri is definitely going to be in the hands of Cinnamon. Very, very good on these sort of utility, mobility creep AP characters, so to speak. This is one of those signature picks. Not sure if this Amumu is going to go in Toasty's hands or Blank. We have seen the Amumu support from time to time. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword because you have double engage.
Twisted Fate.
That's a lot of global.
Twisted Fate is a spicy pick. I've not seen a Twisted Fate in a long time. But I'm curious as to what the matchup is going to be against Ahri. So we have Cinnamon, who has had a very, very impressive Ahri. Like we saw it yesterday, she was absolutely decimating her King of the Hill games. Impressive KD, and we have Emilio support locked in. That's gonna be really good against that Bard because you know Jaego gonna be on that Bard, and then it's gonna be a roaming support versus Emilio, who's gonna be sticking to his ADC a lot in that bot lane.
So these nameplates are actually in their role order already, and so they're picking the champions kind of like how you expect in pro. You can swap around for somebody else, but it's good to note that for the time being, for what we expect, both sides agree to this handshake. Junglers locked in, mid laners locked in, supports locked in, which now means if Expedition 808 want to, they can pincer that ADC pool even further.
But looks like that's not really going to happen. We see a Gragas being hovered for a ban for Expedition 808. And that's going to be probably targeted
top lane.
Yeah. And then Aphelios. So they are going to be pinching even more ADCs out of this ban pool. But that's going to be coming out of the side of League United.
Yeah.
And that's 3 ADCs banned right now.
And if I'm thinking about what the meta has kind of evolved to recently, there's been a lot more longer range AD carries, kind of hold your distance against the other person, which makes sense for the Aphelios. What comes to mind next would be things like Caitlyn and Jinx, who have a lot longer of range, especially with the new item that allows you to do damage the further you are from a different character, keeping them at arm's length. But God Yapper actually opting in for close range combat here, deciding to hover the Corki. So Corki Milio, I mean, not a combo that you can
from her W Firefox, and this is just a lot of movement, a lot.
the Breath of Life coming out from the Millia ult. That's 2 QSSs. That's 2 cleanses for your ADC. In fact, the ult from Millia is the whole team, anybody in that circle. So if you want to target these hyper carries, it's going to be really tricky on top of the mobility, like you say. But it looks like League United, they're going to be playing around those global ultimates that we were talking about. The Nefiri able to charge at you from really far. The Twisted Fate kind of has to just leave lane a little bit and can Destiny gate to a different lane. So they might be trying to get these picks early on and snowball from there. Meanwhile, as Expedition 808, they're going for that full team fight.
Yeah, and looks like we have What Your WeChat and Death Coke picking up Ezreal and Nar. So Nar's going to be in the pot lane. We are going to be confirming that it is a Nefiri jungle.
Yeah.
So Ezreal Bard in the bot lane, TF in the mid lane, Nefiri jungle, and Nar top. For Expedition 808, it's going to be Renekton locked in for the top lane, Amumu jungle, Ari mid, and Sivir and Milio in the bot lane. What are we thinking for team fights, Henry?
The main thing that I want to consider is whether these top laners are going to choose to opt in for that teleport at, to start their summoner game, this game number 1, or whether they're going to opt for something that we saw a lot more yesterday, the ignites, for that kill potential in the lane. The reason I'm considering this is because both these top laners have excellent flank potential when it comes to these team fights. If you top it off with that teleport shield, which is always at least 2,000 HP, that means you're going to have a flanking Gnar coming at you with like 3, 4, 5, 6,000 HP, or a Renekton with the Dominus proc, also as healthy and tanky. Or are they going to go for the Ignite and try to win lane and just get the teleport later once they finish their top lane quest? Those are the main things I'm looking at heading into this game.
You know, we talk about ultimates, right? We talk about Curse of the Sad Mummy. We talk about Breath of Life. We talk about On the Hunt. Such great, you know, AoE ultimates coming, you know, team-based ultimates coming from Expedition 808 versus what I think on the other team is more of an individual thing because, you know, so Ezreal, Bard, TF, these are all very like, Ezreal can easily true shot Barrage a minion wave, or he can true shot Barrage another lane for vision, dragon, objective, etc. TF, of course, his ultimate is the ultimate, did not mean to, TF's ultimate is the
very
greatest way to get vision on the team.
Oh,
but of course, if things don't go their way, you have Bards, you know, free Zanyas, right? And that's going to be really useful, actually, for Twisted Fate as well. Because Twisted Fate gets Zanyas, in the event he's in a super bad pickle, Bard can just ultimate again. And Nefiri, she is an assassin. She is a deadly weapon waiting for picks in a team fight. And Gnar, of course, Gnar is his ultimate. I think we need to see Bob going to be really using that ultimate to their advantage because of the fact that we have so much disengage from Expedition 808.
Yeah, and then for the junglers, because like you said, Amumu's a little bit of a slower clear, I would say, in the early stages. You kind of have to depend on your W for a while, but the CC potential is really good, which leads me to think that Amumu's priority is going to be ganking. Meanwhile, I think What's Your Cacao on the Neferi, his priority is more going to be like fast clear, maybe invade some camps, try to get those dragons and the grubs very early. So a lot of different priorities in the jungle, and it really sets the tone for whether for the rest of the game, if League United are going to be focusing on these neutrals versus Expedition 808 are going to be focusing in the lanes. That's what I think we're going to see the story of which investment is going to pay off in this game number 1. Again, a best of 3, so this is that game room for error type of situation. You can kind of feel it out, do some crazier things if you need to, but in terms of reading the opponent, you definitely don't want this game to just go to waste. You know, you kind of want to get a good feel if it comes down to needing to read how it's going to be like. We are heading into the game. I believe we're about a minute out from everything, so we get to talk a little bit more about how the games are going to go. But in terms of these 80 carries, both extreme hyper carries, you know, that Ezreal, like you said, can farm from a safe distance, can affect a wave with the True Shot Barrage so they don't have to worry about the waves crashing and losing EXP, versus the Sivir, those ricochets bouncing from everybody in a team fight. I mean, who do you think is going to win out in that situation?
Personally, for me, I think Expedition 808 has the better team comp. Team fights are one of the most important things when it comes to the Rift, right? And we're talking about huge objectives. You want at least 4, if not all 5 team members there, right?
Yeah.
We are talking Dragon and Baron, crucial objectives that are important benefits, that have important benefits for the entire team. And I just believe that Expedition 808, their team comp is a lot better for those fights.
Now that you mentioned the team fights, it's very important that we ask this. Do you think both top laners are going to opt in for that teleport at the beginning of game?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I absolutely think that both players are going to opt for the teleport. Now, my real question is actually the second summoner skill.
Oh, is it TP Ignite or TP Flash?
You know, I'm thinking either we could. Oh, actually, I'm thinking either Ghost or maybe Flash.
Okay, you're absolutely right. They did both opt in for the teleport here, so they are going to be looking to affect those team fights to the best of their ability. Now, whether we're going to have to pay a little bit of attention to the... Oh, hold on. This is
a little bit of an early engage. Nice deep ward, though. That's actually really great for What's Your Cacao here because of the fact that he's got an early vision, and he's going to start off taking the Raptors from the enemy side.
So we talked about this. Mumu is super easy to be bullied level 1 because there's no CC. You have to start W or your clear is going to be just absolutely terrible. And now, like you said, What's Your Cacao is going to start with a 1 camp advantage because he's taking the entire top side, as you can see here, of Toasty. Now, whether we're going to see some vertical jungle clearing or not is going to be a completely new question. But I believe now both junglers are going to congregate down to that bottom Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and you know, Deathcoat's a little bit late to lane, but he did get his support item stacks off of Cinnamon in the mid lane, so that's gonna at least push Yago, I hope I'm pronouncing that, Yago, into the a bit of a more creep wave advantageous position. And we see What's Your Cacao just clearing the entire top side, but Yago gonna find Toasty in the middle a little bit early. We talked about how squishy they were earlier. Cinnamon's there to back them up, misses the orb, and looks like Toasty is going to get even more delay clearing the jungle from that early invade into the mid lane skirmish.
Yeah, so you can see it right here. After clearing the top quadrant, What's Your Cacao decided to opt for a back, and Yago, with an excellent read there, notices that the Amumu will be contesting, and so now they're going to be fighting over a buff. You see the Bard actually roaming over. Mid laners
Toasty's
have taken down.
Toasty's actually that, but the passage
the
from Bard and the skew into the wall. Toasty's in a really bad position. Cinnamon is there to back him up, and Blank is there as well to heal it. But Cinnamon might have bit off more than she could chew. Has to pop the heal from Blank. It's a 2v3 here, but the mid laner and the jungler are so low. 120 HP and falling. Has to pop the blast zone to get the safety, and Blank is also forced to flash. That is an extremely bad trade for what was looking for a great 3v2 for Expedition 808.
Yeah, they were able to get the kill on the mid laner there. The Twisted Fate now falling as God Yappers a little bit
God
too far
Yappers
pushed
forced
up.
to pop the barrier as well. That is 2 sums down for the bot lane. 2 utility summoners down for the bot lane. And looks like there was a kill in the top lane. Heart actually going to be able to solo Bob over there. And we need to talk about that. And looks like the action is actually not stopping. What's your Kakao gonna find Toasty again in the river? Flashes forward. Will W in. Diego has the gold card super low. And Bandage tosses to the Raptors. Will he be able to escape by the skin of his teeth? And get the bandage toss in, but still gets the auto off to get the kill. Now it's a matter of can Cinnamon make it to What's Your Kakao in time to get the return trade. Blocks the charm for What's Your Kakao. Blank is there to back him up, but Diego's going to be on the run. What's Your Kakao going to pop the red trinket as well just to make sure that he has a safe back. And looks like Toasty's off to not the greatest start this game.
Yeah, and the Amumu having that flash down from the previous fight meant that the Nafira could just flash on and just push it from there. It took a little bit longer than expected, especially because that aftershock clicked in and kind of delayed the death of the Amumu, which almost led to an overextension, but thankfully the Twisted Fate was there to play Warden and make sure that What's Your Kakao was able to leave. A bit of trading in the solo lanes, but like you said, Toasty is pretty far behind given the state of the game right now.
And the safe passage gonna block off Cinnamon. Gonna be in a pinch with 3 members of League United. Cinnamon gonna be in a pickle here. Blank gets the heal off, but it's not enough to save Cinnamon as she goes down to What's Your Kakao.
And Diego didn't use the flash earlier on the Amumu, which meant that this was just a flash gold
That's
card.
That's gonna be chased down by Toasty, potentially? I don't know. This is a really split fight for both sides of the team. Toasty's kind of on the run, and Blank is trying to dead, but looks like both teams are gonna back off, kind of, you know, take a little breather, take a chill pill.
Yeah, as you can see, gold lead actually in favor of League United despite losing that first blood earlier. Bob, with the Mini-Gnar, has the potential to proc these hyper stacks. Wave in a decently good spot. You can kind of see the range versus melee advantage. The CS lead is there. However, Heart does have Dominus available. Bob doesn't have an ultimate technically until that Gnar bar is completed. It's just slowly proccing these hyper stacks, farming it up. But the CS lead, every lane, even the jungle, has the smallest lead right there, half a wave across every position.
Now we might see League United take that inch and turn it into a mile, especially because of how they're taking these skirmishes, Henry. And I think personally that these attempted, mini team fights, with 3 members, with 2 members, or even just these 1v1 skirmishes that we see in the river, I just do not think that they're very worth it for the side of Expedition 808. And we see Diego get the stun, the gold card off on Cinnamon as the wave seems to look to crash into her tower. And from a positioning standpoint, it just seems like Toasty cannot find the right angle when it comes to ganking that mid lane.
Yeah, it kind of just feels like the Amumu's running out of options, but hold on, there's going to be a collapse onto this mid lane. Blue card actually coming out, so not the best one to...
Not the best one for this, for this little thing, but...
Yeah, so right now the game state pretty slowed down for the time being, right? Nothing too crazy happening since those 4 kills. Heart actually going in for a little bit of a poke, but now that Mini-Gnar has the distance, can close in. Bar is completed, will convert to Mega pretty soon. Is he going to choose to go in? No, just throws the house at him. Health bars half for both top laners here. Both top laners also teleports down, very desynced from each other. So if they choose to go for the dragon here, Bob is going to have the inside track. Heart doesn't have a TP for at least another 3 minutes.
For sure, and as we're going to see, the bot lane actually pushed up a little, but God Yapper actually popped the spell shield too late, and we're gonna see the Twisted Fate gonna be going in, gonna be a little bit more. And blue card misses the True Shot barrage. God Yapper doesn't have any mana left, forced to go back to their turret, and Diego gonna miss the mark just a little bit on that ultimate use.
It looks so good for League United because God Yapper actually didn't spell shield anything, so didn't get the health back, didn't get the movement speed. Twisted Fate coming in with the ultimate, but the wrong card. Again, I mean, it worked for fending off the Amumu earlier, but if you want to get a kill there, you're going to have to land it on gold. Just a little bit too late on the trigger there. So unfortunately, that's going to amount to nothing, and that's a long cooldown here as a matter of fact, but Diego does have the spell book as a matter of fact. Something that we've been seeing Twisted Fates take a little bit more often just to add to that utility. Can opt to TP back to lane. I believe that is actually what they did, as a matter of fact. So not missing a single beat in terms of farming against Cinnamon here.
And I'm just wondering, with this amount of roaming from Blank, and Toasty gonna get the bandage toss onto Death Coke. They're gonna look for a little bit of what's your cacao. It is in a very dangerous position between three members of League United. The sun goes off, forced off the W, and what's your cacao gonna be escaping? But no, he's gonna fall to Toasty. And three members again, three. Cinnamon also getting the ignite pop, gonna be super low, flashes forward. Once your reach gonna be getting them as well. And the 2v3 situation, Toasty gonna go down, but it's traded over by the Ezreal. Everyone forced to flash out of the river. God Yapper gonna be forced to pop the barrier as well, but the sun locks him down with the gold card. God Yapper, and that's a double kill. 4 members of League United, all healthy, all alive, versus 4 members of Expedition 808 down for the count.
And all they lost really was a couple members at the beginning of the fight, but we mentioned that the teleport timers were so important here,
and
as Heart
gonna be faced with a very dicey 2v1 situation. No one here to help him. He is on the run, 300 HP, forced to pop the ultimate, but Bob has the Mega Gnar, has the ult into the wall, the stun, the flash, and Rutger Cacao gonna get another kill in the top lane.
tried to make the most of a bad situation, but the top laner was already coming back from that play in the mid-river. And a little bit greedy here coming out from Heart, resulting in that is technically the delayed ace from Expedition 808. A big lump sum of gold going into the Gnar and in the Fury as they try to play spoiler here and steal this Gromp. They are able to do that. A very small consolation prize.
Bandage toss gonna go out into the charm from Cinnamon. Diego gonna be going in. What's your cacao? That's 3 members. Double stun from the board. Cinnamon and Toasty. Looks like their invade did not go their way. And that's a double kill for Diego.
And it's just going from bad to worse for this second seed, as that is going to translate into the 3 grubs being taken there. And what started as a really split play, it looked like the members of League United were so scattered in that initial bit. We saw the Nefiri going for the dragon there, and that's why the Nefiri fell so early in that first bit.
Wow, what your cacao is taking a lot of damage from Heart. But it looks like Heart thought, you know, he took the bait and he's gonna go down to Bob. Was not expecting 3 members of League United to be there. We're ready to greet him.
I mean, if you're Expedition 808 at this point, it might just be a focus up on farming type of situation. It's not looking too good. The Amumu was set behind, which meant that, you know, in that any jungles joining trade, it was going to be a bit of a disadvantage.
Gonna be caught in the Sage situation as Heart. But he's gonna escape. That's the nice thing about Bard. He has these lovely, you know, voyages, and it's just so useful for the team and for him.
Yeah, the E is just, I mean, it's so helpful to get out of sticky situations. We are seeing a pretty good usage of Bard, both in the offense and in defense. They're trying to scout out where Expedition 808 are right now. They do read that is in this red side part of the jungle. Bob taking actually 2 turret shots. Hold on, Diego in a sticky situation.
Come out, double stun, 4v2, but Cinnamon will find Diego in the back line, and League United flips this team around. Expedition 808 on the hunt for the rest of League United, and they will fall 4-0 as they are looking to take this dragon.
Very good collapse. They actually put everybody except for the Renekton in that top red side we were talking about. They were trying to scout them out, didn't find them at the red buff, so they were like, okay, maybe they were heading back to their lanes. Surprise, they death pushed, they control warded it, and like you said, yeah, right there, all gathered right there. The Tempered Fate was not enough to stall out that team fight and the collapse.
The curse of the Sad Mummy was really that lockdown for them. And unfortunately, what's your WeChat gonna get locked down by Cinnamon with the charm, with the Spirit Rush, and that's, you know, that initial Tempered Fate, in my opinion, is what locked in the deal for League United.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what they needed, you know? It looked like it was just rolling away from them, but what a great team fight to rebound them back to where they were. And now gold lead less than 2,000, a very comfortable position for where you want it to be heading into this, the stage of the game where people are going to start completing their quests and where lane swaps are going to start happening.
You know, the really nice thing, though, about Bard is because he's such a mobile support, we actually see some of the heals set up for Twisted Fate in the middle. So Caretaker Shrine going to be really nice for him as well. And honestly, test. Hello?
I think we're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure that my mic's still working. But Cinnamon gonna be trying to look for the advantages that she got in, for example, our league pickup game, because of the fact that this is a different game now, and I think it is a little bit of the apprehensiveness from Toasty that might make things go awry, because they're taking these skirmishes, these 2v2s between mid lane and jungle that are just kind of not going their way.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at it. Amumu needs this many resources just to come in to invade, because Diego has been playing goalkeeper on this side of the jungle so many times already.
Oh my god, Tempered Fate gets 3. What your Cacao gonna get knocked back by the million concurs of the Sad Mummy, locking down Deathstroke, but the TP comes in from Bard, and another one from Heart. It's a 4v5.
Score!
What a beautiful stun! The charm goes out, Bob's gonna be able to fall. That is League United dropping like flies. Diego Bob, the last people standing, got the gappers, gonna be locking him down, but the stun maybe able to get him out in time, and Diego gonna be saving him. That's gonna be a 2-3, make that 3-4-0 in the side of Expedition 808.
Yeah, the thing is that Gnarl was actually really good, but the Nefiri had already fallen, or the Bard had already fallen really early. The Nefiri was not in an excellent spot to kind of capitalize with those Darkened Daggers, and Ezreal already shifted back over to the Krugs, so there was not a lot of damage left to follow up. They jumped on this Bard, taking the portal, no way out from there. They CC'd him, like you said, with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. TP comes in. Look at this. Ezreal shifted back over. No way to join. This Gnar was great. No damage on that side. Expedition 808 still 5 members strong at that time, which meant there was no damage. League United couldn't do anything.
The unsung hero was Toasty's bandage toss despite being ignited. He knew the risk that he could potentially fall, but he still went in with the bandage toss anyway to lock up the rest of League United.
And great fight for Expedition 808. Back-to-back ones, as a matter of fact, bringing it super close into this mid-game. About 1,000 gold separates the two of them, and this is not 1,000 gold in a specific person's pockets. This is 1,000 gold spread across the entire team. As you can see right here, a collapse into this bot side.
Yeah, I don't know, 4 members of Expedition 808 being in the bot lane is something that you do not want to see for League United. As they go with the bandage touch, flash into the Sad Mummy. That's 2 members of the bot lane down. That's another bandage touch. Then it's the ignite off. Will the tick be enough? Tempered Fate gonna come a little bit too late. Wonder Cacao trying to do the best that they can, but not enough against 4 members of Expedition 808.
Absolutely not. And this Ezreal, we were talking about the Amumu feeling far behind. The Ezreal's KDA is now 1-4. Yes, first item completed, but if you look on the opposite side, now 2 AD carry items, very expensive ones, mind you, now completed on the side of the Sivir. And so that ADC difference is getting pretty big. However, the Nefiri and the Gnar cressing up on their second item. 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages for the Twisted Fate. So both teams really scaling here, but the 2 item breakpoints on the Nefiri and the Sivir, they're going to be the ones you want to look for in the next team fight.
And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of action in the mid lane because we just see so much movement happening. We saw at the beginning of the game. We're still continuing to see it now, 17 minutes in. And now we're starting to see Expedition 808 move more as a team. As we talked earlier during the pick and ban phase, how imperative it is that the synergy of these AoE ultimates are in sync.
And this is the trade-off that's going to happen right now. 18 minutes into the game, it looks like What's Your Cacao is going for the Rift Herald, deciding that getting these structures, felling maybe the bot 2 towers could potentially be the play here. on the side of Expedition 808, it's all about that dragon stacking. You see Twisted Fate having pushed up that top outer, going in for that top inner. Now it actually needs Renekton to contest. Has the Bard hovering, lying in wait, potentially in case the Renekton gets antsy. Bob here on the opposite side of the map now, making sure that this bot lane doesn't get worse of a situation for League United.
And I think the issue now is because it's a Chem Tech Soul.
Yeah.
That is great news for Expedition 808. That is splendid news. That shield is totally going to help them in these teamfight situations where they can, Toasty can afford to kind of take these riskier bandage tosses into the Curse of the Sad Mummy because of that additional shield. But that's also if they get Soul. League United does not have a single dragon yet, but Jaego going to be caught out in the top lane, and he's going to get collapsed on by 3 members of Expedition 808. Just kind of caught in an unfortunate situation and unfortunate timing.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much of an overextension there, trying to take down that top inner turret. Meanwhile, Bob sieging here against the Renekton, poking out very well, has the Bard once again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I personally think that League United has the advantage early game with the mobility.
Right.
But now we're seeing them shift over back to Expedition 808 because of these team fights.
So just a bit of trading throughout the map for the time being. We do see a bit of a clustering coming out from Expedition 808 onto this mid. They do want to take down this turret. Once you kind of take down that mid-outer turret, the map and the ward lines, they open up a lot more. And so they're trying to do that with this wave. It looks like it's not going to happen. League United are going to be able to hold it out for the time being.
And now we're starting to see more more movement, I guess, towards the mid lane because we did see the lane swap, as we talked about earlier, and we saw Silver and Millia moving towards the mid lane, and Cinema, just kind of going to the side, and of course, Heart going to the bot lane. But now that we are going where everyone's, more level 11, level 12, we might see more collapsing on the mid lane, which I think is very, very good, because I think for the side of Expedition 808, you want to take these riskier team fights because you want to shut down their carries. Like, you want to shut down the Fury, you want to shut down Ezreal, ASAP. You want to force Bard to, of course, use a Tempered Fate as well. That's a huge disengage, and I believe it's their only disengage for the side of League United that, getting that out of the way is extremely important.
Absolutely, and Expedition 808, they have the CC to do it, right? They've got the Renekton stun, they've got the Amumu double bandage toss, they've got the charm coming out from the Ahri, and then again, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, the big AoE ultimate that could lock down the entire team. And they also, happen to have the Millia, which is the one champion that could cleanse all of this.
Exactly, and I think Milia's Breath of Life, okay, when Ryan first came out with its ability, you gotta admit it was a little broken. A little broken. He basically had the free Mikhails, right, which was a very important support item for a lot of enchanters growing early. And what your WeChat taking a very early and defensive flash.
Yeah.
I don't think he needed to flash there.
No, that was just the E.
That was the E?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. The animation's a little wonky from our side.
I will say, though, the balancing thing about this is, hold on, Bard is...
The journey to the death of his jungler not gonna go well. He's gonna join him as well. The Blast Cone gonna try and save Bob here, but flashes forward from 2 members of Expedition 808, not quite going to lock him in yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was just not a read of where the 808 roster was. That kind of felt like a magical journey that Deathcoat felt was safe, and that kind of just speaks to it. As soon as they were able to take down that mid-outer turret, you can see it. The ward line moved up into the enemy side jungle, and now Expedition 808 are able to walk perfect. And now that they've taken out a couple members, they think this is a better call.
And rightfully so, that jungler is going to be so incredibly behind, but that's the pick you want to start that objective. And looks like the True Shot Barrage going to hit 3 members, but it's not enough to kill the Baron, as you're actually going to initiate this fight with Toasty. That's all 5 members in the Dragon Pit. 2 are going to be falling. Forced over to the left of the wall, but it's not enough Cinnamon to fall as well. That's 2 members of Red Team down. Blank on the run, but the W from the Fury locks him down. Hard, the last man standing, going to get Baron down. That is an 8 for League United.
And I gotta say, what's your WeChat's True Shot Barrage there was absolutely insane. As you saw, it took down pretty much 3 carries down to critical health bars. They didn't have any abilities to use to get out of the pit there, or rather they didn't want to use them, as a matter of fact, and this might be it. 4 seconds left on a lot of the timers here. Tempered Fate to actually stall out the Sivir, and that's going to just be game number 1.
Game number 1 going over to League United. And the thing about that, Henry, was that Baron fight lost them the game. What was initially a great call from the side of Expedition 808 was actually the nail in the coffin for their first game.
They got the pick onto the Bard. They invested so many resources. It felt like the with that magical journey that League United were just gonna funnel in, right?
Yes, of course.
They even had Heart coming in from the other side of that Bard E, ready to capitalize on everything. They only really took down the Bard in that situation. They were like, okay, this is great, but they didn't realize the health bars were not looking too hot. They took so much damage from that Baron Asher, and then the True Shot Barrage, like we said, Baron actually shreds your defenses down, and that True Shot did so much damage, they weren't able to take down the Baron in time, and the collapse came in. We were talking about the Twisted Fate being able to join, then the Fury being able to join from such a long range, and that ace, it was clean. It was 5 for 0, I believe, and
it was 5 for 0.
That's just enough pushing power to end the game there.
And I personally think, you know, it really comes down to these team fights. But, you know, unlike how we talked about earlier, it was actually the skirmishes, the picks from these hypercarriers, from the Ezreal, from the Nefiri that actually won them the game. The, you know, again, using so many resources in the initial pick onto Bard, onto Nefiri actually cost them in the end.
Absolutely right. And if you felt the adrenaline that League United just did and you want to queue up for a ranked game after work or immediately, and have you ever, you know, actually, let me rephrase this. That was a pretty not great call coming out from the Baron. If you've ever had a situation like that where you queued up after work and you kind of immediately regret it because of the results of it, yeah, we've all been there. That's kind of what Working Gamers is going to be here for, to kind of help you out. Instead of random teammates and anybody that you kind of get on the internet space, Working Gamers is actually here to show you some structured leagues, some real teams, and people who actually want to win and have fun doing it. Nothing trolly, no excuses. Everybody's kind of just there for that camaraderie. Gamers with jobs trying to run it back one more time, because gamers with jobs deserve a league for them. So Working Gamers will be here. They've actually got a booth up in the front. They've got this Demacia Jeopardy going on.
Demacia Jeopardy sounds quite interesting. So I guess if you are up to the task, you're trying to brush up on your League of Legends lore savvy.
Yeah.
You know, go ahead and do that. We do have some stickers up there as well.
Yeah, we do.
And I don't know. I'm so excited for Game 2. We are in a best of 3. And because Game 1 went over to League United, I'm really curious as to how Expedition is going to re-strategize, you know, kind of come together and be like, what went wrong during Game 1? How are we going to fix our strategy? Are we going to introduce a new team comp? Are we going to, you know, try ban out and target the jungler more? What's the option for us as Expedition 808?
And kind of a shout out to what we kind of did yesterday. Aaron from Hotspot Gaming, I don't think he's wearing a Pueo shirt today, but he's there with the Hotspot Gaming guys. They provided a lot of the PCs for the pits here today. Just handed me one of the Riot products that started off not too long ago, the Riftbound cards. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna open a couple of packs right now.
Okay.
Have you dabbled in these?
I have seen it on the Chinese servers. Actually.
Oh yeah, they are.
I've seen them on the Chinese servers. So I will not mess up like yesterday. I will open and do these packs like a alleged professional and not do this weird whatever.
Well, one of our photographers is right here, so I have to ask: is there like Pokemon where we have to put one card in the back or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so we're just gonna go straight at it. You can go first, ladies first.
All right. Let me. Is it better? Oh, right here. Perfect. Lighting. Thank you. All right. So we got
the Lonely Poro.
We have Lonely Poro. We have Cloth Armor. We have Gem Jammer.
Okay.
Guardian of the Passage. When I hold, you may return a unit or gear from your trash to your hand. Sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of what this is, you know?
Sand Shifter. Wow, this is great art, by the way.
These
I
are great
love
art.
this. Dauntless Vanguard. For those who don't know, I play Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah,
I
these
play
are the
Legends
arts,
of
exactly.
Runeterra.
Oh my god, I'm glad you
Um,
recognize that too.
Master Bingwin. Wow, I love this.
This is
Void
great.
Hatchling. Pickpocket. Mirai Spire. Wow, this is an interesting. It's actually a horizontal card.
Yeah, so these are the I believe the battlefields
Oh
or
yes.
the arenas.
Oh, and this
for
is
the
a
game.
this is a little bit shinier. It's like a hollow against the odds.
Okay.
Altar of Memory. That's another hollow. A little bit of a.
Ooh.
Let me try to get into the light. There we go. There we go.
It kind of looks like
Oh, and I got a Zir. Okay, hold on. Where? Oh yeah.
Wait, does that say Arise? Oh no, it's actually a Zir.
It's a Zir.
Oh wow.
So that's the champion. That's my champion. I got
You're
a
an
Zir.
Azir main now.
I'm
You're
Faker.
Okay.
Wait, I'm Korean.
All right. Okay. I got Oh wow, where is the lighting for this? I got Navari Scout. Okay. Aspiring Engineer. This is actually an LOR card also.
Yes. Oh, so is the Scout. The Scout is also an LOR
Oh
card.
really?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Detonate. I've played against this card. I hate this card so much. It's kind of one of those screw you cards that you can use in the middle of combat. Master Bingwin also. Okay.
Oh, yep.
Cool. Eye of the Herald. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's an interesting one. I can spawn Rift Herald maybe. Baru Captain.
Okay.
Okay, looking good so far. Overzealous Fan. Rod had a few of those yesterday.
Rod had some of the arguably some of the best supporters
So
over the course
I
of the
found
weekend.
out that those players were just their teammates that will play later today, which actually makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means that while we were
The ones that were very fans.
while we were making interesting comments about Rod, so those were his teammates. Okay.
Those were his teammates. Warmogs.
Oh, okay. I love
Okay.
that item.
I love that item, especially in
Oh, that's
ARAM.
also the LOR card.
That's an LOR card.
Yeah, that's definitely
yep.
an LOR card.
Last Core Cadet. Okay. Ancient Warmonger. Oh, this looks.
Oh, that's
kinda,
also an LOR
yeah,
card,
this
I
looks
think.
kind of nuts. Beast Below. This is not an LOR.
That is an LOR
you
card. Yeah.
serious?
So when Nautilus came out,
Oh,
and
you're
then
right.
the deep, yeah,
the
so
deep.
the deep.
Okay, yeah. We're
I love
kind of
LOR.
we're kind of a little. I'm a Philios.
That's so you.
I'm a Philios. Okay.
It's very you.
Let's
So
go.
we both have A champion.
We both have A
A
champions.
champion. So I have a Zir because
Piercing Light. It kind of glows a little bit. That's kind of nice. It's
Oh,
Solution
okay.
card. And then
oh, that's actually also an LOR card.
Yeah. And then a Gold Rune. This is actually a pretty important card. You kind of need like
Oh,
a
yeah.
bunch of these when you build a deck, just to have. And it doesn't really do anything. And you kind of some decks don't use them, some decks do. But I've played Ezreal, so I recognize that I need a few of those. But yeah.
Ooh, I play Jinx in LOR.
Oh no, I meant in this.
Oh, I see.
I'm a Teemo LOR person. I'm sorry. I just like putting the shrooms in people's decks. Anyway, we will probably open a few more of these afterwards.
I need a different co-caster. Sorry.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
But we'll cut this to a short break for the time being while we get this game number 2 set up. I'm pretty sure the teams, they're discussing their strategies right now. They've got a few things to talk about. I mean, even League United that ended up winning the game, it wasn't smooth sailing, you know? So I bet both teams, they're going to take this time. They're going to use it very valuably. And yeah, we'll get the second game to you as soon as possible. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
getting tired of matching into lobbies full of unemployed, sweaty, no-lifes that have never touched a job before? Then you're exactly who this league was made for. Because that's where Working Gamers comes in. We're building structured, competitive gaming leagues designed specifically for working adults. Real teams full of your neighbors, coworkers, and friends you haven't even met yet. Real schedules, seasonal leagues, and tournaments that keep your career in mind and create fun for you to jump into after the work is done. And real competition for the gamer with a job that only wanted to grow up but never give up. We build leagues around your busy life, replacing the chaos of matchmaking with the camaraderie of clashing with your friends in custom games on clear, consistent, and concise schedules, because that's what you work hard for. And more important than any ladder points, more important than any win or loss, Working Gamers is about community. Finding a place to relax after a long day, a team to have your back as you take points. It's time all the gaming uncles and aunties have had one place for themselves. So if you're looking for a place to lock in after you clock out, then welcome to Working Gamers.
Everyone knows Zippies.
But did you know Zippies supports more than 350 organizations in our community? Like Hugs Hawaii, who cares for local families with a child facing life-threatening illness.
Mahalo to Zippies.
And all Zippies customers for helping seriously ill children and their entire family.
You help local families heal.
Aloha everybody, my name is Nevin Isaiah the Gouda Pack, and I am here to bring you the good news. Do you find yourself blaming work, school, family for why you aren't hitting the same lineups as before? Are you getting tired of matching into lobbies full of unemployed, sweaty, no-lifes that have never touched a job before? Then you're exactly who this league was made for. Because that's where Working Gamers comes in. We're building structured, competitive gaming leagues designed specifically for working adults. Real teams full of your neighbors, coworkers, and friends you haven't even met yet. Real schedules, seasonal leagues, and tournaments that keep your career in mind and create fun for you to jump into after the work is done. And real competition for the gamer with a job that only wanted to grow up but never give up. We build leagues around your busy life, replacing the chaos of matchmaking with the camaraderie of clashing with your friends in custom games on clear, consistent, and concise schedules, because that's what you work hard for. And more important than any ladder points, more important than any win or loss, Working Gamers is about community. Finding a place to relax after a long day, a team to have your back as you take points. It's time all the gaming uncles and aunties have had one place for themselves. So if you're looking for a place to lock in after you clock out, then welcome to Working Gamers.
Hey, how's it? Now everyone knows Zippies, but did you know that 100% of Zippy's Sai-Min noodles are made locally, fresh from the Sun Noodle Factory in Kalihi? With Zippy's celebrating 60 years supporting local businesses, there's never been a better time to make your next stop Zippy's.
But Cinnamon might have bit off more than she could chew. Has to pop the heal from Blank. It's a 2v3 here, but the mid laner and the jungler are so low. Hunter Cow gonna find Toasty again in the river. Flashes forward. Will W in. Diego has the gold card super low, and bandage tosses to the Raptors. Will he be able to escape by the skin of his teeth? And get the bandage toss in, but still gets the auto off to get the kill. Now it's a matter of can Cinnamon make it off. Cinnamon gonna be in a pinch with 3 members of League United. Cinnamon gonna be in a pickle here. Blank gets the heal off, but it's not enough to save Cinnamon as she goes. We're gonna see the bot lane actually pushed up for a little, but God Yapper actually popped the spell shield too late, and we're gonna see the
Twisted
Fate gonna be going in, gonna be a little
blue
bit
card.
more than blue card misses the sword. Once your reach, gonna be getting them as well. And the movie 3 situation, Tilted gonna go down, but it's traded over by the Ezreal. Everyone forced to flash out of the cow. It is in a very dangerous position between 3 members of League United. The sun goes off, forces off the W, and Wonder Cacao gonna be escaping, but no, he's gonna fall to Toasty. It's 3 members against 3. Cinnamon also getting the ignite pop, gonna be super low, flash forward. Once your reach, gonna be getting them as well. And the movie 3 situation, Tilted gonna go down, but it's traded over by the Ezreal. Everyone forced to flash out of the river. God Yapper gonna be forced to pop the barrier as well, but the stun locks him down with the gold card. God Yapper, and that's a double kill.
Here as Heart
gonna be faced with a very dicey 2v1 situation. No one here to help him. He is on the run, 300 HP, forced to pop the ultimate, but Bob has the Mega Gnar, has the ult into the wall, the stun, the flash, and Wonder Cacao gonna get another kill in the top lane.
Very small consolation prize.
Bandage toss gonna go out into the charm from Cinnamon. Diego gonna be going in. Wonder Cacao, that's 3 members. Double stun from the board. Cinnamon and Toasty looks like they're in Bay. Did not go their way.
For the dragon there, and that's why the Nefiri fell so early in that first bit.
Wow, Wonder Cacao is taking a lot of damage from Heart. But it looks like Heart thought, you know, he took the bait and he's gonna go down.
Because Diego has been playing goalkeeper on this side of the jungle so many times already.
Oh my god, Tempered Fate gets 3. What your Cacao gonna get knocked back by the million concurs of the Sad Mummy, locking down Death Choke, but the TP comes in from Bard, and another one from Heart. It's a 4v5. What a beautiful stun! The charm goes out, Bob's gonna be able to fall. That is League United dropping like flies. Diego bought the last people standing. Got the Gappers. Gonna be locking him down.
Hold on, Diego.
Tempered Fate come out. Double stun. 4v2. But Cinnamon will find Diego in the back line. And League United flips this team around. Expedition 808 on the hunt for the rest of League United, and they will lane is something that you do not want to see for League United as they go with the bandage touch, flash into the Sad Mummy. That's 2 members of the bot lane down. That's another bandage touch. Gonna the ignite off. Will the tick be enough? Tempered Fate gonna come a little bit too late. Wonder Cacao trying to do the best that they can. Does not have a single dragon yet. But Diego gonna be caught out in the top lane, and he's gonna get collapsed on by 3 members of Expedition 808. Just kind of caught in an unfortunate situation.
Art is
the journey to the the death of his jungler not gonna go well, as he's gonna join him as start that objective. And looks like the True Shot Barrage gonna hit 3 members, but it's not enough to kill the Baron, as you're actually going to initiate this fight with Toasty. That's all 5 members in the Dragon Pit. 2 are going to be falling. Forced over to the Lactose Roll, but it's not enough Cinnamon to fall as well. That's 2 members of Red Team down. Blank on the red, but the W from the Fury locks him down. Hard, the last man standing, going to get stunned. Toasty's actually that, but the passage from Bard and the skew into the wall. Toasty's in a really bad position. Cinnamon is there to back him up, and Blank is there as well to heal it. But Cinnamon might have bit off more than she could chew. Has to pop the heal from Blank. It's a 2v3 here, but the mid laner and the jungler are so low. Hunter Cow gonna find Toasty again in the river. Flashes forward. Will W in. Diego has the gold card super low, and bandage tosses to the Raptors. Will he be able to escape by the skin of his teeth? And get the bandage toss in, but still gets the auto off to get the kill. Now it's a matter of can Cinnamon make it? Cinnamon gonna be in a pinch with 3 members of League United. Cinnamon gonna be in a pickle here. Blank gets the heal off, but it's not enough to save Cinnamon as she goes. We're gonna see the bot lane actually pushed up for a little bit. God Yapper actually popped the spell shield too late, and we're gonna see the Twisted Fate gonna be going in, gonna be a little bit more than and blue card misses the sword. Once your WeChat gonna be getting them as well, and the 2v3 situation. Tilted gonna go down, but it's traded over by the Ezreal. Everyone forced to flash out of the cow. It is in a very dangerous position between 3 members of League United. The sun goes off, forced off the W, and Wonder Cacao gonna be camping, but no, he's gonna fall to Toasty. It's 3 members against 3. Cinnamon also getting the ignite pop, gonna be super low. Flash forward. Once your WeChat gonna be getting them as well. And the 2v3 situation. Tilted gonna go down, but it's traded over by the Ezreal. Everyone forced to flash out of the river. God Yapper gonna be forced to pop the barrier as well, but the stun locks him down with the And we're back. We're back to the Kawaii Kon 2026 Hawaii Esports Championship, and we are back with Game 2. In case you guys are joining us, I'm Yujin, and I'm joined on the desk by my co-caster, Mr. Henru. And Game 1 went over to the side of League United, and it is a best of 3, so we're going to see if Expedition 808 can kind of tie it back up, or if we're going to crown our Hawaii Esports champion tonight.
Right here, yeah.
Yeah, right here in Game 2.
I mean, to be honest, if we were to recap it a little bit, if you rewind at the end of game 1 minute, you would think that, oh, you know, the game's still going to go on for a long time. We've still got a lot of, you know, they're going to Baron push, blah, 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 blah. Nope. All of that thrown out the window. It was a clean ace from the team that tried to take the Baron. They then got clean aced, and then that was it from there, right? And so if you're watching this right now, you already know what competition looks like and feels like, the pressure, the moments that matter, the plays that decide everything. And so Working Gamers is bringing that same energy into structured leagues built for adults who want to compete at a higher level. There's real matches, there's real standings, there's real stakes, and that is what competition is about, having that purpose to compete. So Working Gamers, community, competition, connection. It's time to clock out and time to lock in. So follow their socials, join their Discord, speak with Nevin. He's up there in the front. He's again got that Damacy and Jeopardy. There's 5 categories, I believe, and 10 questions in each one. So there's quite a lot to kind of talk about there with him, and prizes if you make it onto that leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think that at least with Game 1 and these teams, you know, I'm honestly a little shell-shocked because I was kind of expecting Expedition 808 to win, because on paper, their team roster just look, you know, the champions look so much better. And we are seeing Expedition 808 looking a little bit more tense because they are on the losing side. They're going to try win, and we have a little bit of a head-to-head battle of the carries. So God Yapper versus What Your WeChat. And the damage difference is clear. So it's actually really funny because the same numbers just got a little bit switched around. 5-2-4 for God Yapper, and then 2-4-5 for What Your WeChat. The gold is actually not that different. It's about 1,000, maybe half an item. But the damage is where it really mattered, right? About 4,000 damage points.
Yeah, and heading into this game number 2, we are actually going to have 2 substitutes. on the side of Expedition 808. So a little bit of role shuffling. You might see some of the names in different roles. That's just kind of the nature of how these rosters happen when it comes to the subbing. But with like you said, Expedition 808 they did beat League United the first time they met up. You know, in the qualifiers, they shot up into this winners finals. They sent League United down to that lower bracket where they had to fight Pokake. They won 2-1 to get here, but on paper, it did look like, you know, that Kings were toppled and that there was this possibility that the second seed was able to overtake it. But in, I would say, a pretty slugfest game one, League United came out on top. They were able to 5-0 after that Baron when the entire team of Expedition 808 was caught basically with their pants down. They were super low. It was a clean ace, quick siege up in mid lane, and then that was the end of game one. So we're going to have to see if game two kind of leads to anything. But the bans, pretty similar.
Yeah, so we saw the opener with Samira for Expedition 808. We will see that again, but instead of choosing to ban another ADC, so we saw that Smolder in ban too, they're actually opting to ban Nami instead. And on the side of League United, we have Irelia, and Aphelios, which we saw last, and of course Nautilus. So we're not really changing too much about the bans for the side of League United.
And that's understandable because there are just some things that you don't even want the possibility of it being picked. Now, for our audience, this is a fearless best of 3. For those of you who don't know what fearless best of 3 is, all of the champions that were picked in game 1 are officially off the board. So we will not be seeing Nara Renekton.
We will not be seeing Bard. We will not be seeing Milio.
Exactly.
But that is actually really interesting to think about because on the side of Expedition 808, that team comp just offered so much in terms of engage and disengage,
Yes.
and it's hard to find champions that can do both, or a team comp that can offer both of those utilities. And I'm just kind of seeing how, especially with the players subs in now, how Expedition 808 plans on responding. So we have the final ban locked in on the side of Expedition 808. It's going to be a Lulu, so we have double Enchanter ban on the side of Expedition 808. We have the junglers locked in. So we have J4 for Expedition 808, and then we have Nocturne for the side of League United.
So once again, junglers starting off the game, first picks on both sides. The paranoia is something that we kind of thought was going to happen more as an answer to the Nefiri, the global versus semi-global type of being able to jump on the enemy team like that. But Jarvan, I mean, just so pivotal, right? The Flag and Drag, the Cataclysm, just all these abilities that zone and buy so much space, and top that off with a Karma to keep you healthy with the shields.
So we actually saw this banned against Atomic Shadow yesterday in our King of the Hill matches.
Oh.
And now it is up for grabs for Atomic Shadow. So we see that locked in second. And then we see Caitlyn being picked up for What Your Cacao. So we do see some bot lane picks here. Yeah. But we're talking about seeing what... you know, Caitlyn, you can have Blitzcrank, but looks like we're going to see Lux locked in.
I think right now with the meta of as what it is, there's actually a lot of versatility with this Caitlyn pick. You've heard the normal Caitlyn, more Caitlyn Lux, right? But Caitlyn Nami is actually also really good right now.
Oh, okay.
So things that can kind of flex it up. Same for the Jinx. Jinx you've typically seen.
Oh, Yunara?
Jinx plus Enchantress. I kind of like the Yunara a lot
I do like the Yunara pick.
Yes.
But especially with the Karma E, you're just offering a lot of escape from the roots. Like, again, Caitlyn and Lux are a very CC heavy team, and once either you step into the Lux light binding or you step into a Caitlyn trap, you are locked down for a solid 2 to 3 seconds, and you can do so much damage in that short amount of time.
Absolutely right, but different look from that game number 1 where we actually both sides held out on picking their AD carry until the last phase. Here they decide it's actually pretty important because the pool, like we said, no Ezreal, right, and no Sivir. The pool already is pincered on top of the fact that phase 1 was an Aphelios and a Samira ban. They are worried about potentially 4 more ADCs being banned out in the second phase, and so they decide, you know what, let's just lock in the good ones right now and not have to worry about that. But this now means both teams are missing their solo laners. And those 2 roles are actually the easiest to flex picks back and forth.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we saw last game how pivotal that mid lane control can be. We saw a little bit of apprehensiveness from Toasty when it came to actually ganking the mid lane versus what your Kakao fully committed to getting as much help as he could to that mid lane. So Diego actually utilized his jungler so much. For those of you who love watching our world, they did say that when it came to Faker, he was best at utilizing his junglers almost as if they were his shadow. And we're kind of seeing the emulation of that with League United between Diego and What Your Kakao.
Yeah, and on the other side of it, the top laners, their TPs were very important when it came to the team fights. We mentioned it pretty early how Hart and Bob, their teleport timers were very desynced. That there was going to rarely be a fight where both of them would show up. We saw it in that bot lane skirmish, right? We were talking about What's Your Cow taking the dragon. It kind of looked like they were going to corral Expedition 808. And then the difference maker was the fact that Bob was able to TP, but the Renekton from Hart wasn't able to do that. And so we're going to see if that's going to be a thing here. Aurelion Sol being taken away, actually. This is going to be a takeaway pick from Expedition 808 because Hart is now in the mid lane, notorious for his Aurelion Sol. They're going to say, no, we're actually going to give it to Jaego, and you're going to have to play into it.
Now, I'm really interested in this Scion hover. Oh, okay, I guess.
That makes more sense.
Okay, yeah, I guess we're going to lock in Gragas. So this was banned against them last game. In game 1, and we are seeing it available for League of United, and they're going to just lock it in as their final pick for game 1. And I'm really interested in this Aurelion Sol pick because the Sky's Descent was a lot like Twisted Fate, where it was an ultimate with such a big capability.
Yes.
And once he gets full stacks for the ultimate, Aesol, I mean, it's huge, right? It knocks up, it stuns.
Yeah.
It is just insane. And looks like we're going to see a Kali Mundo. So this is quite the interesting team comp. It's a little bit of a switch from what we saw last game, actually.
Yeah, and I kind of like that they picked the Akali first because the Akali, top or mid, right? But now that this Mundo is here, it pretty much solidifies it. So now we're going to have Aurelion Sol, who stacks very well, actually stacks with champions in the E on top of that. So this melee versus range matchup is actually a how long do you want to spend in the E to poke the Aurelion Sol in exchange for the fact that the Aurelion Sol is going to have stacks for later. That's the thing I'm kind of looking at right now.
Yeah, and just to give you guys the rundown, it's going to be Gragas top lane, Nocturne jungle, Aurelion Sol mid, and then Caitlyn and Lux for the bot lane. On the side of Expedition 808, it's going to be Dr. Mundo in the top lane.
Yes.
Jarvan the 4th for Wishful in the jungle, Akali mid, and then Yunara Karma bot lane. I'm just kind of curious because League United doesn't really have a strong frontline tank.
Yeah.
Unlike unlike Expedition 808 where they have Dr. Mundo in the top lane, right? They also have J4 who's, gonna be tanky, but he's a little bit more of a bruiser, right?
Yeah.
There for a lot of utility. But Gragas doesn't really build too much tank. Nocturne doesn't really build too much tank. And of course you have the squishies of Caitlyn and Lux.
Yeah, it feels like League United are going all in the late game basket. When you hear the Caitlyn and Aurelion Sol, you don't think of, they're going to poke in lane, they're going to have like a little bit of, lane pressure, but they're really there for the 5-item power spikes that you expect from the 80 carries. Meanwhile, on the side of Expedition 808, you can see it. They're looking to play fast and furious. They've got the J4, which can start ganking at level 2.
Yeah. I think the EQ combo is probably Wishful's best solution, especially because as Blank's best solution, because of the fact that with the Amumu with the Bandage House, we saw a lot of all in, and it looks like he's going to continue that trend with the EQ, with trying to initiate these skirmishes. I do like this double enchanter slash mage bot lane. First of all, shout out women, double woman bot lane.
Heck yeah.
Double woman bot lane. But Yunara, you talked about late game specialist, Yunara's already up there.
Yeah.
So you're fighting Caitlyn, who's been around for how many years, over a decade now, against a relatively newer champion, Yunara, but with so much potential, especially when it comes to her ultimate. So it upgrades everything, right?
Yeah.
And then but she just becomes so strong, especially when it comes to team fights. And I'm, with the root from Karma from the W and the additional movement speed and shielding with the E, I'm curious as to how this bot lane goes.
I'm glad you point that out, because we were talking about how the Caitlyn Lux is perfect for locking somebody down. You get caught in the CC chain, it's over for you. You know, the damage output's just going to be too high. How do you plan on locking down a Yunara Karma lane? The mobility creep there is just absolutely insane. And so here's my question to you then. Do you think God Yapper is going to take Cleanse?
If you're playing Akali, I would have to imagine that you're going to gank lanes, especially once you start reaching level 6. And because of the fact that I think personally, top lane is going to be a little bit more of an island this time between Mundo and Gragas. They're going to be left alone compared to how we saw in game 1. It was a lot of action.
Very, yeah.
Gnar and Renekton just going at it again and again and again. We saw junglers all over the map. But, I think in this one, it's going to be a little bit more taken aback, just a little bit more patient. And we're going to shift a lot of our focus over to the bot lane instead because of these really mobile mid laners. Like Asol as well is incredibly great at, just kind of coming in with his W's and, with the, I like to call it the sky, like, the galaxy version of a flamethrower, right?
That's pretty true.
Because that's exactly what it is.
True.
But the fact that he can move while doing it
Yeah.
is just so great for that team, especially if, again, the Caitlyn and the Lux can lock another person down.
And it's not just the fact that the Aurelion Soul can move. The Aurelion Soul ignores terrain.
Exactly.
So you're trying to catch them, throwing all these abilities at you, and then flies over a wall, and now you have to go around the wall unless you have an ability to follow that too. So you're absolutely right in terms of the mobility on the side of Expedition 808. It's going to be hard to lock them down, I'm kind of interested to see what this Caitlyn Lux combo is going to do, because I feel like if you're able to lock them down, maybe the Scion happens to land this, or the Gragas happens to land a really excellent body slam or anything like that, and you kind of had that opportunity to kind of just start that CC chain, then great. But if not, it's going to be pretty hard.
I'm actually really interested to see in team fights how the Gragas uses his exploding casket, not as a damaging ability, but as a zoning ability.
We're going to see the exact same play actually right here that we saw in game number 1 when they kind of bullied out the Amumu. They sent 3 members up to this top side around the Raptors to get that early ward in. The ward is actually traded. Look at that. Thank you to our observers. So both Raptor camps, very known starting location for junglers, right? If not for the buffs, then it's usually Raptors here. Both junglers not going to be starting at their respective Raptors, so a little bit of homework now to try to figure out where the junglers are going to be. They are just both at their blue buffs.
I mean, it's a completely different start to the game compared to game 1, right? Because we saw the early invade, and then we saw Bob actually doing vertical jungling. He started in Toasty's, at the time it was Toasty instead of Blank, Toasty's red buff, and then moving down towards his blue. And looks like Bob and Wishful, we thought it was going to be a calm top lane. I guess not. They're just kind of getting right into the punches super early, minute 30 in.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that this Gragas doesn't really get tanky. I'm expecting a Rod of Ages to start, and that's pretty much as about as tanky as it's going to be because of the phase rush, Typically, you do see a grasp of the Undying if it comes up to this tank Gragas, but it's not going to be that. Blank actually going for a buff-to-buff rotation here. Jaego's not even going to be able to spot them out. Atomic Shadow happened to be the one roaming up to ensure that the fact that Blank is going to be able to do this. They do sense something fishy here.
The Q lands, but the root is actually going to save them. The EQ not going to connect there for Blank. That was a great binding from Deathcoke.
Yeah.
That actually would have saved them first blood, but Jaego gonna have the ignite. Hard flashes forward. The Q, the turret shot, and looks like that turret shot was actually it was just so incredibly poorly timed. Again, maybe he was thinking that, oh my god, what your cacao on the hunt, throws out the shadow. Will the root land? Not quite, but what your cacao not really engaging further. Jaego was a little bit low on mana, so I think that had something to do with it.
Yeah, the backflip looked like it wasn't gonna be enough to gain that distance off the tether, but it feels like that worked out. Atomic Shadow
And
taking a little
Knight,
bit of poke here.
another great binding
The CC
into
chain.
the trap. And we talked about this earlier. Pass to be forced to pop the heal. But Deathcoke doesn't have any mana to follow up as both members of the bot lane of Expedition 808 are down to half HP. Oh, and we have a tech pause.
Yeah, I was going to mention the fact that I'm glad you pointed out the heal because Deathcoke also opted in, both supports here, opted in for the heal.
Oh, we have a little bit of a tech issue.
We'll get that resolved, don't worry.
We'll get that
We
resolved in
usually
just a
do.
minute.
Absolutely right. But in the meantime, yeah, both supports actually opted in to take summoner heal, which is something that you typically see,
Oh, there we go.
which allows the bot lanes to be a little bit more aggressive level 1 so that you can just like put that on cooldown, and you can have it in the next rotation as soon as you possibly can.
But speaking of aggression, right? We had the double mage support bot lane.
Yes.
And you can play both of those supports in the mid lane, and that's what I love about this particular bot lane is that unlike, you know, what you would expect from, let's say, like a tank support, you have a lot more opportunity to play way more aggressively with mages and enchanters.
Yeah, let's hope Deathcoke here doesn't have collector's syndrome and forgets to hit this heal. Maybe using it as a form of deception, making the enemy team think that he already used it.
But I don't like the situation from Deathcoke because he is so low and is forced to play way more passively than what he would like, especially a Lux. But if you have the Mantra Q from Atomic Shadow, you are not surviving that. And there we go! The Summon Airy is going to land and flashes forward. The binding is in flashes away the EQ, the turret, the root, and Blank is going to be first blood going over to League United. What was looking at a promising gank onto Deathcoke actually just flipped completely in the favor of League United as Deathcoke levels up, which saves him.
I don't think Expedition 808 thought about the fact that that Tribush is actually warded and that they had full information of the Jarvan coming in for that gank. A little bit too deep on the flag and drag.
Oh, and the Q from Atomic Shadow is actually going to be the nail in the coffin. So we talked about how he was playing with fire earlier, and he looks like he got burned by Expedition 808.
That heal was down, as a matter of fact. You know, the Jarvan coming in earlier. They know where this Caitlyn is. I don't know if the Caitlyn knows that they know where the Caitlyn is.
But the thing is, you know, they're pretty low on mana. Meanwhile, Caitlyn's at half mana potentially, so there's a lot more utility for Caitlyn rather than, you know, our Kamra. And looks like in the mid lane, Heart, we're getting super low. They're taking a turret shot, but Jaego actually fell to Heart in the solo. And we see Heart at level 6. Potentially going to be seeing some roaming, especially with the ult.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of looking to see how Heart plays around the bot lane.
And as a matter of fact, that play in the mid lane happened without the expenditure of the Ignite from the Akali, which means that the kill threat is going to be there, like you said, with the perfect execution available from Heart, making it a little bit harder for this Aurelion Sol. And, you know, Aurelion Sol stacking champion, you kind of expected the early game was going to suck a little bit, let's be honest. You did pick it to deny Heart from having this, but now you just have to deal with the fact that you are going to have to suffer a little bit in these early stages. But Deathcoke going to be roaming a little bit to help out.
That was a nice binding onto Heart. But I'm not really sure about the roaming from Deathcoke, because, of course, you know, what your retouch did back, so it was kind of a good opportunity to kind of do your own thing. But now the fact that both members are actually very present and the wave is, like, you know, at the tower, I'm not really sure about leaving your ADC, especially at such a pivotal moment where you want your ultimate for the next skirmish in the bot lane.
Absolutely so. I believe that lane dominance that the Caitlyn Lux provides is just too important, you know, to that Caitlyn. You definitely want to get that first item power spike ahead of this Yunara so that you can keep pressuring. You are supposed to shove in, you know, you're the Caitlyn Lux lane, you're supposed to amount to that pressure, but maybe they want to play a bit more for this dragon, as What's Your Cacao is going to start it right now. Jaego wards the banana bush here. Tribush unknown is now known by both sides, but no roam coming out. Blank a little late to this. The dragon might just get taken ahead of time, and an excellent time to decide to take the dragon because there's no trade on the top side. Grubs have not even spawned yet.
Yeah, and blue team has no idea where Blank is right now as they slay the dragon. Gonna get potentially pinched. Heart is there to back him up. It's actually gonna be going into the EQ, the binding. God Yapper and the bot lane Paranoia coming out as well. Enchant oneself gonna be popped for the side of Expedition 808, and Heart on the run trying to get it. Will get the double kill, the heal, the level up, and the Q. Heart gonna escape by the skin of his teeth. Deathcook, the last man standing, is not level 6. And Heart got away with bloody murder, dare I say.
The pilt over Peacemaker from the Caitlyn actually went wide.
And Bob was, I guess, turret diving? A very healthy Wishful and misses a cleaver, but doesn't matter. Wishful still slays Bob in the top lane. So that is, I believe, a 3-for-0 trade. Or, yeah, 3-for-0 trade going in favor of Expedition 808.
Yeah. I believe they only lost to J4.
Yeah, sorry, 3-for-1, 3-for-1.
So, you know, honestly, the J4 already down. It's going to be set behind the Nocturne. It's just a power clearer type of champion. So you're pretty happy, if your tanks fall for your carries. Because as you say, Heart now, with almost a 1,000 gold lead in just the mid lane alone, that's pretty much where all that gold is. That difference you see on the top of the scoreboard between the two teams, that is mainly in the Sakali's pockets. Propelled,
that is not the person you want to see that gold difference
absolutely not. I believe they brought back the Hextech Gunblade.
They did. They absolutely did, and that is a common item build. I believe actually Dusk and Dawn is now a meta Akali pick, or is like supposedly a meta Akali pick.
Interesting.
It's been playing. Apparently, it's been played a lot in Korea, but we all know about how we feel about Korean builds.
The Korean meta is a little creative at times for us.
Jungle Soraka, Rageblade Soraka, when that was a Korean build, that was definitely creative at the time.
Yeah, we'll stick to that word, as right now, Wishful about to... Okay, so this is the thing I want to know about the Mundos, as Blank is securing the grubs here. I've been hearing debate that you actually want to start with the Warmogs first instead of Heartsteel, because the extra health you get from the Warmogs will benefit you more when you get the Heartsteel later. So it's kind of like, if I get Heartsteel now, my procs on Heartsteel will be smaller, but I'll stack for longer, versus if I get Warmogs and then Heartsteel, the Heartsteel stacks will be bigger, and it will make up the time that I didn't have Heartsteel in the beginning. That's what people have been telling me. We're going to see what Wishful's philosophy here is, whether those two giant spells are going to be a Warmogs, or whether they're going to be a Heartsteel.
See, my only gripe with that is that, oh, wait, hold on, we have Paranoia going on, God Yapper falling to what your cacao, and I guess they had zero clue that he was in the bot lane in the first place, and this poor Yunara popping enchant oneself as well, and that is an ultimate down for that bot lane. It's such an important ult as well.
Yeah, the ADC sometimes the juiciest bait
Deathcoke
as...
might get caught out here, forced to flash away, the binding only rooting J4, but Atomic Shadow is going to get that kill onto Deathcoke. And it's a nice trade for the bot lane.
Why does the Karma have 3 kills?
Because it's
Karmas can be AP heavy, okay?
It's Karma ADC Yunara support actually.
Oh,
Yes.
I see.
That's what we're watching here. It's actually Karma ADC.
I see. You're right. The Yunara's been taking too much of this Karma farm.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous, really.
Yeah.
But we saw such an okay. I guess Wishful went down to Bob in the top lane. We kind of missed that a little bit, but I would like to harp a little bit on the difference between game 1 and game 2. So game 1, we saw a lot of mid lane hovering from both junglers.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of super aggressive 1v1s. We're seeing the same concept of being more aggressive, except in the bot lane this time. And the shift from the mid laners to the bot lane is so interesting now. And now that, especially now that we're seeing the 3-0 lead on Karma compared to Lux. Because we're talking late game, right? And what better way to do late game than AP mage champions playing in the support role?
Yeah, and you can see the priority here is for the two AP supports is really different, Lux doesn't really have an Enchantress support-ish build. You kind of go for the Ludens, you go for the hard-hitting damage, And you can see the opt-in here from Deathcoke is actually just to start with the Magic Pen Boots, recognizing that AD carries have really low magic resist in the early stages of the game, and making sure that those, your E just absolutely slaps. Versus the Karma here just went for normal boots and then settled for Echoes of Helia to further that healing and support, healing and shielding for the Yunara.
And funny you say healing for support because this Karma actually completed the support item before this Lux. So that's going to be some extra passive, like extra skills that are going to be so beneficial because of that support item difference. And they're going to be starting this Dragon, What Your Cacao, with 3 other members of League United, but looks like Expedition 808 looking for a window to respawn. Dragon is going to be caught in the EQ. Lux Binding going to get executed by Diet Coke. Paranoia out, and nothing is going to happen, but Jaego on the assault for Atomic Shadow as the ultimate for Caitlyn, not quite enough to finish, enough to fend them off as they take this Dragon with no blood on their hands.
Yeah, I mean, Expedition 808, they just had to call it off as soon as their jungler died. Hold on.
And Godly Yapper is going to get caught in the E, but Deathcoke in a lot of trouble here. What Your Cacao going to throw the Q out, forced to flash away, and I guess... Okay, so we saw the Skies Descent coming out from Jaego, but Heart was able to, I guess, execute him in that time period. Still very, very healthy, obviously.
Yeah, Ignite used and everything. That's kind of one of the sucky things about playing Aurelion Sol is in order to do your whole combo, unless you want to use your W, you're kind of standing there. You know?
What Your Cacao actually going to be taking on Heart by himself, but... a 2-level difference doesn't exactly work in your favor when you're against a mid laner as a jungler. Yeah,
and not just 2-level difference. That's a level 11 Akali. That is a second point ultimate Akali. You definitely do not want to be in that, as there's the Hextech Gunblade, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
So.
And I want to see, this is a very interesting first item Rylai's for the Aurelion Soul. And, so we have Kraken Slayer for Yunara and Hextech GLP for Caitlyn.
Yes.
And then we get the BF Sword, the Pickaxe. So I'm seeing a potential IE second
I
item
think so, yep.
for this Caitlyn. Meanwhile, we have the double daggers for Yunara. I'm kind of guessing some sort of attack speed. Maybe Flicker Blades, if I had to guess.
That's a good one, yeah.
What's another double dagger, like Zeal item?
Phantom?
Phantom on Yunara.
Yeah, I don't think she needs that. No, you Runons maybe.
Oh, Runons
I
maybe?
think Runons, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking something along the, like, Navori, Navori realm, though.
I agree with that. The interesting things I do want to point out, number one.
Oh, so we did see the Warmogs.
We do see the Warmogs, So Wishful's philosophy here is the Heartsteel can wait. The stats on the Warmogs are actually just too beneficial, especially because this top lane, like you said, it's a bit of an island. We really haven't seen that much action coming up here. I mean, it is just 2 beefy champions, so not much is going to happen. But on the other side of things is, hold on, Heart.
What Your Cacao going to find Heart invading his jungle, but Heart seems to just, be left alone. No punishment coming out from What Your Cacao. Meanwhile, Blank is going to be traveling there as well. Going to find Deathcoke, and he's going to go down. We talked about this lockdown from the Caitlyn Lux, and we're seeing it in action right here.
And the kind of sucky thing about the item that Blank has now chosen to build is, hold on, Paranoia.
Paranoia into Expedition 808's bot lane. The Fear Land Barrier popped, but it's not enough for God Yapper, as Atomic Shadow is going to be forced to leave his ADC behind. But Warrior Cacao going to be going to the Tribush instead. Heart going to be looking for a window, going to be doing perfect execution, and execute he will onto the Lux. What Your WeChat might be the next to fall. Atomic Shadow trying to lock him down. The root does indeed land. What Your Cacao going to be trying to do some damage onto Heart, but that's a level 12 Akali, and the heal is barely enough. What Your Cacao getting dangerously close to killing Heart there, as Jaego trying to support, but looks like we're just gonna keep it at a support trade. But wait a minute, the Q, the mantra Q, What Your WeChat just has the better damage with What Your Cacao, but going in Cataclysm onto today, Caitlyn flashes out of it, the root, the trap, and What Your Cacao super low. He's gonna be godlike, but gonna get the double kill onto What Your Cacao.
He still had his ultimate all this time. Absolutely ridiculous. The patience to hold that until the very end. Eyes on the Caitlyn from start to finish there.
Yeah, the Shuriken flip to initiate that team fight to get the early kill onto Deathcoke really made it, because again, if you want the lockdown, you have to have both people. And with the Lux gone, it's really only Caitlyn. But we did see the utilization of that trap when it came to Blank and Heart just kind of go in. As we see another gank from Jaeger onto the top lane. Wishful going to get super, super low. Bob just kind of chilling off in the sideline as Wishful they're just playing with their food at this point. Just kill the man.
I think the health regen is.
He's TPing, but
that was close.
that was really, really close. I think they were just kind of playing with their food a little bit. They almost lost it. And what your WeChat gonna just do a little safety word, but Atomic Shadow and Heart not really. They were kind of looking, and the Mantra Q just doing so much damage onto what your WeChat. And nice blinding into the ultimate final spark, gonna get them so low. And what's so nice about Deathcook's combo for the Lux is that the binding into the final spark just does so much damage.
So much damage.
And in addition to the Caitlyn trap and an auto, like, you are just not surviving if you are that Karma.
Yeah, if you've noticed, all of the Caitlyn kills so far have essentially been that setup, you know, the Lux into the Caitlyn, the spoon feeding, if you will, as
And
Paranoia
Paranoia, 3 members near side all grouped up as they're fighting a little bit dangerously close, but a great knock-up from Bob, that body slam getting 3 members, but it's not enough as we just kind of take a chill pill as League United aims to get this dragon.
Yeah, this is going to be Soul Point coming out for our first seed here. Again, they won game number 1, so they are here at the match point, at the series point. If they win this one, they are just our victors, 2-0 straightforward. There is a good trade here coming out, though, Dragon for Rift Herald, so it's not just completely out of the water yet. They can use this Rift Herald to try to get some objectives, you know, try to get some structures to bring that gold lead back.
Now, keep in mind that Expedition 808 does have 2 subs in, so we are seeing a little bit of a change-up, and they did not play in Game 1 against League United. But hopefully they're watching enough to, you know, jot down some notes where what your Kakao definitely was a lot of the playmaker. He was, in my opinion, like definitely leading the team in team fights, and we're seeing a lot of that same action being emulated here as we head into the 20-minute mark, where Baron will be on the map rather than Herald, and we are going to see another big objective being played against. And I don't want to see a repeat of last game where we're calling shots for that Baron pit, and then we end up losing the game because of it.
Yep, and so I think at this point in time, it's very crucial that we kind of talk about the win conditions for both teams here. If I'm League United, my Caitlyn's super duper fed. I mean, the Infinity Edge is done. That's 50% crit chance. Those crits are going to hit. Those headshots are going to two-shot people. Play around the Caitlyn, play around the traps to zone.
And Paranoia going up. 3 members of Red Team Card. Final Spark going to be hitting 2 instead. Atomic Shadow going to be going down. Blank next to fall. God Yapper going to be enchanting himself, but it doesn't do any good as 2 members are going to fall in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's 2 for 1 in the grand scheme of things, as Hart was able to take down the enemy Gragas there.
And Hart looking to actually gank Deathcoat. The flash into that was some crazy damage from Yunar, actually going to be killing the Lux there, but it doesn't matter as this guy's descend and take out Hart. But that's a great fight, and it actually puts League United back on the board as a 4-for-0 4-for-1 in the in their favor. And Wishful going to be caught at the wrong place at the wrong time. Might be able to get the blast cone over. Will it land inside the Baron pit? But that's kind of on the wrong side here. But I guess it doesn't matter. Wow, back to full HP almost already. But what your Kakao gonna miss him just by a little bit.
Yep, has the empowered recall because of the fact that he participated in taking down the Rift Herald. So a little bit of a get out of jail free card. I was just about to say, play to your strengths. That's kind of what they did. They used the Aurelion Soul CC that you mentioned, right? The big zoning, the skies descend, and then they had the Caitlyn pumping in the damage. On the other side of things, Expedition 808, that Akali, super duper fed, okay? Able to take down an almost fully stacked Gragas with that Rod of Ages just alone. So you definitely want to play around the Akali, buy the space, make sure that they have good angles for ganking, flanking if it comes to objectives like the Baron and Dragon Pits. And so we saw a great success on the side of League United. We're going to have to see if Expedition 808 are going to be able to find these off angles for the Akali, because if not, game is slowly slipping away. Baron is up, can be taken at any time. That Mountain Soul, by the way, 2 minutes.
And this is what you want to see when you are League United. You want that soul pressure. You want to force the team fights. You want your Caitlyn and your Lux to wombo combo them. And in best case scenario, you want it to land on that Akali. You want to take Heart out of that fight.
Absolutely. So they were able to do that. You saw that right there, right? The Caitlyn trap walked into one, and then the ultimate from the Aurelion Soul was just so big already that it's kind of hard to dodge out of it. If we could get a visual on how many stacks that
body
he
slamming
has.
into Blink, gonna get them out to half HP. The EQ gonna be connecting, but they're not deciding to capitalize. Final Spark finds 2, headshot, taking down Blink. Wishful, the next to go in. Paranoia onto Wishful. He's gonna be caught in there, the skies. Descend, not quite gonna do as much damage due to spell shield. And that is 2 members of Expedition 808 down, and they're gonna siege mid.
Yeah, the Akali with the backflip there wasn't able to connect onto anything, and you know, it could have been that messy angle with the fight going pretty crazy. As hold on, Godyapper.
And Heart trying to Shuriken flip into the fight onto Jaeger because he is a little bit low on mana. Oh, but there's the Baron call. We've seen this situation before where the jungler and his teammate are down and there's a Baron fight in the pit.
Aurelion Soul very low on mana. You can see that mana bar not looking too hot, is using all of it to try to burst this Baron down. So Jago effectively not really here to help out too much. Maybe has the E available just for the mana. Baron,
Godyapper getting really low, but the TP comes in. They will slay Baron. They're going to be forcing the fight here. Baron is going to be popped. Warrior Cacao going to be going down. Final Spark's not going to connect to its target. The body slam going to be taking Heart, and he's going to get so low for the backline. But the knock-up, the wombo combo, League United going to be falling like flies. And Bob and Death Coke run away with their lives. It's a 3-0. That's 3 Barons down for League United.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to say it. I think both teams should just avoid this objective at this point, because now we've seen both teams try to rush it down. It just takes so long that the pick that they got to initiate this Baron respawned in time for the fight at the end of it all, and now they decline the soul coming out for League United. They delay it by 5 more minutes, and those are the signs of life that Expedition 808 have been waiting for this whole game.
See, Bob threw the exploding casket, and I guess the vision was not there. So because, you know, Death Coke used Final Spark for that early vision, but it's on such a slow cooldown that you can kind of afford to play around. You can afford to the exploding casket, in my opinion, has way more versatility because you can isolate and, you know, you can isolate carries, you can zone out the jungler using it. So in my opinion, the utility benefit of exploding casket is not something to waste on something like that dragon pick.
I believe the cooldown's actually kind of low, which
okay, never mind.
crazy. I think it's up in like within a minute.
Oh.
So as long as there's no fight.
It's a level 16 Gragas, so it's okay.
Yep, that would do it.
That would do it.
There's a 2-level lead in the top lane that is actually kind of... Oh, you know what? Actually, it's 3, because you get a skill point when you max out your Rod of Ages. So this is technically a level 17 Gragas, now level 18 Gragas.
As we see something in the I guess they're trying to have something happen, but Paranoia gonna be doing it. Jago gonna follow up through. That's 3 members caught. Final Spark gonna connect with 3 members. Cataclysm does tunnel, but it doesn't do anything. Blank on the run. Atomic Shadow next to fall. That is 3 members of Expedition 808. Back to back, going down, and League United looking to siege this mid lane inhibitor turret. Heart there to back him up, but what are you gonna do on a 1v5 situation? And I don't know if they can stop League United right now.
I don't know if the end is possible, but it could be a potential thing happening here. Wishful had to back just to make sure that nothing else fell too far, but it's 13 seconds on the carry. Yunara not up for a little bit. First Nexus turret already being sieged. Heart being zoned out by the Aurelion Soul, chooses to go in, already half HP, perfect execution available, uses it to get out. They bought enough time. The reinforcements have arrived. That's going to be 1 Nexus turret. They do respawn now, 5 minutes, so it's about the same time as the inhibitor, but they got what they wanted on the side of League United.
You know, we almost saw what happened in game 1 happen in game 2, the picks, the team fight, and the siege down mid. But luckily, I think the Mundo pick was actually extremely beneficial. And Heart just caught out, forced to pop the Zanyas, and the rest of his team just not there to back him up. And they're actually going to capitalize on that. Godyaper's on the top, and I don't be caught up by Warrior Cacao. Then another Zanyas by Jago. Blank unable to capitalize on that. The forced to use the Cataclysm and the shield, but Exploding Casket going to zone out the rest of Expedition 808 completely. Wishful trying to tank as much as he can, but the damage is simply too much to bear. God Yapper and Atomic Shadow, what are you gonna do? The skies descend. Will it be enough? And it is not. Final Spark. Atomic gonna avoid it, sidestep that out of the way, but Jaego might be just enough. The flash forward, the headshot, not enough, as they're looking to end this game and be your Hawaii Esports Open Grand Finalists, but they're trying to fight as much as they can. The next is going to fall to a quarter, and that is GG. Congratulations to League United. They are your Hawaii Esports Open champions.
And it kind of feels like the seeding was just true to its name because they were our first seeded team. You know, they were slated to have this very smooth sailing, you know, road all the way to this tournament, this LAN here at the finals. It was a bit bumpy, you know, to be honest. But they worked out all of their communication problems. They had great synergy. They drafted very well in both games. I think this is a well-deserved victory for them. But props to Expedition 808 for putting up such a great fight in this 2-0. Don't let the scoreline mislead you because, I mean, like you said, Game 1 kind of ended just like that. Game 2 almost kind of just ended like that. So it was close up to the final minutes. And Expedition 808, they got to feel proud of that.
Yeah, I think it was just especially in Game 1, it was just a really unlucky fight, the really unlucky Baron call that just kind of did not flip in their favor. And it was extremely close for the vast majority of the game. It was just, again, these one or two crucial moments that are just so pivotal to the sway of and tempo of the game. But congratulations to you, League United. They are your first ever Hawaii Esports Open champions for this year 2026. Thank you so much for casting with me, Henry. And after this,
we actually hold on. Before we do that, we'll get the we have an MVP interview that we're setting up with our main man Keegan. You know, he will be up here casting with Garrett for Valorant after this. But in the meantime, we were given more packs. I mean,
Riftbound. So for those of you who don't know,
we opened the first batch.
We opened the first pack earlier today. Riftbound is the League of Legends TCG.
Yes.
A lot of the art is based on
Legends of Runeterra.
I love Legends of Runeterra. And I'm going to open this pack right now. First of all, can we look how good
it looks
packaging?
So good. Yes.
Can we look at the packaging?
The packaging is it's beautiful.
The packaging is A1. It's Irelia, like the foil, all of that. It's like a little bit shiny.
So beautiful.
Yeah, I already opened my pack. So while Henry's opening his, I will. Yeah. So we have
Doran Shield.
Doran Shield. We saw a lot of that, and then we have.
So cute.
Frostcoat Cub. I believe this is an LOR card. Armed Assailant. This is definitely an LOR card.
Oh yep, that's recognizable.
Royal Guard. This is also an LOR card.
Yep.
Direwing. That is an LOR card. Loyal Pup is definitely.
Loyal Pup. I love Loyal Pup.
Loyal Pup is definitely an LOR card. Bonds of Strength, I believe, is not an LOR card.
No.
Death Grip, definitely an LOR card.
Yes.
Recurve Bow.
That's new.
That's new.
That's pretty new.
Not new for League of Legends players, that's for sure. You see this all the time.
That's every on-hit item ever.
Windsinger, I believe is an LOR card. And our first holo is Royal Guard. So I actually pulled a Zero earlier, and Royal Guard is part of the Shuriman. The next holo is Sacred Shears.
That's kind of pretty.
It's pretty. And I got Jace, the Man of Progress. Okay, fun fact. Oh, and I have a body rune. Okay. I don't care about that. But fun fact. So
he's glistening a lot.
Yeah, wow. He has the holo. So fun fact. I have the Prestige J skin from T1.
Really?
Yes, I do.
The Zeus one.
The Zeus one. I love that skin. So this fits perfectly. So I have Faker and I have Zeus.
Okay. All right. I'll go now. I'm like terrible at holding these, to be honest. Yep, those are your two two champions.
My two Korean.
Your two Koreans. I got Bubble Bot. Sentinel Adept. Hey, there you go.
Okay.
Potential Senna build in the future, maybe. Desert's Call, that's for you.
Oh, yeah, that's for me.
That's for you. Bonds of Strength again.
Okay.
Doran's Blade.
Okay, so I got the Doran Shield, now you got Doran's Blade.
Okay, Sword and Shield, there we go. Corrupt Enforcer.
Oh.
Whoa.
don't think that's an LOR card.
That's definitely.
That's definitely an LOR
Royal
card.
Guard. There you go. Maybe for you also. They kind of look
yeah.
Shuriman.
Yeah, they are Shuriman. That's an LOR card for Azir.
Apprentice Smith. Apprentice Smith.
I do not know if that's an LOR card. I don't think that's an LOR card.
Rocket Barrage. This is a Heimer.
Oh,
ability,
yeah,
right?
actually.
Yeah. Simeon Ancestor.
Okay.
Like an
oh,
ape.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Jawfish. Like just a straight
That is from
fish.
that is LOR. That's from the D.
You would know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's from the
That's
deep.
the Nautilus deck right there.
And your first holo?
Fire Below the Mountain. This is an
Ooh.
Ornn.
Ooh.
This is an Ornn. Okay. Akshan.
Akshan.
Double
Shurima.
champion. Double champion there. And then Comrune.
All right.
Okay.
So thank you so much to Working Gamers for providing us packs to open on stream. Congratulations once again to League United for being our
Actually,
esports
Hotspot gave us these.
Hotspot Gaming
Yeah,
for
Hotspot
doing
Gaming
Refon.
gave us these.
But yeah, I think that's it for us, Henry.
I believe we still have the MVP interview.
Oh,
that
yes, we
we're
still have the
prepping for you
MVP
guys.
interview.
So, well, let's talk about that then.
Yeah.
In this case, who would you have slated to be the MVP? Because we have a lot of people that we could talk about. What's your Cacao? Like we said, great catalyst for that game 1 and 2. Was really good on the junglers that provided for the team. We could talk a little bit about Death Coke on the Lux game 2. That was actually just set up the Caitlyn for success through and through. The top laner Bob, you know, great teleports into the team fights. Actually took over pretty well on the Gragas relative to the Mundo. Made sure that the Mundo never really became that big.
I gotta give it to Player Cacao. I feel like the jungler is one of those pivotal roles where it can really make or break the game situation. And in this case, he made the situation. In game 1, so pivotal on making sure that these skirmishes went in their way, making sure the mid laner was, you know, the #1 priority. And then he shifted his focus in game 2 to the bot lane as a response to Blank, you know. And I think that versatility as a jungler, to see that objective and to see, to have that flexibility as a jungler is just so important. So personally, he's my MVP.
Do you think, because we mentioned it quite a bit in the game #1 when Toasty was playing a Mumu, you know, that 3-man invade early into the ticking Raptors, taking that entire red side. So I think it's like these micro things that you're kind of mentioning, and how the jungle. It's not necessarily a jungle diff. It was more like the team was much willing
more cohesive.
to back, to back Cacao over Toasty, and that kind of just showed to, you know, the caliber of experience. Again, first seed. You know, you don't just get first seed, just you know, by whim. But
so who's your MVP, Henry?
It's kind of hard to say. I'd have to agree. I think What's Your Cacao definitely performed better than the 2 junglers that we got to see here today. We're getting, actually, the teams are migrating over to that MVP panel that we have over there. Again, we're setting it up with our main man, Keegan. He's just so good for these types of things.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We're so blessed to have him. And he's a caster, too.
And he's a caster. But I think other than that, other than us moving over to the MVP, that's it for us here on the League of Legends desk. So I've been Yujin. I've been joined by my lovely co-caster, Henry Henru. We're going to have Valorant Hawaii Esports Open Championship.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be going off the desk then, and we will be joined back by Keegan and Garrett after the interview.
Yes.
After the interview. So stay in tune for that. Thank you so much for having us, and see you next time.
of it is the finale of the League of Legends side, and then for the League of Legends side at the very least, we have our champions 2-0. It was a very, very good fight in the end, and very close as well. But congratulations here, Death Coke, our MVP from the League United team. First and foremost, what was your, at what point in that second game did you guys know this thing is over?
Oh, it was actually kind of close because the Akali was like really, really strong. But by the time we got like good picks and then like Baron, it was like at that point we just had like such a big gold lead that we just kind of like whatever like CC we hit, like wherever like we have advantage on the map, we just like push in and then end the game like as soon as possible.
What was your experience like? I mean, there were only 8 teams here in the bracket, so not much to run through, but you guys had a lot of matches to play through. Give me your experience here through the earlier part of last month and then coming to now. What was this whole experience like for you?
Yeah, it was really new because like this is our first time fighting in the tournament, or doing this, and having that month gap, I was like kind of surprised, but it was actually good because we had like a lot of time to practice and like prepare like against like the team that we we're gonna fight against in the finals. Yeah, it was like we couldn't have like that full match, but like that first match was very hard and fun as well too.
Yeah, I'd love to get your reaction to this as well, because obviously you guys had a lot of fun in it. Yes, there were unfortunate subs that had to come in and all that, but for you and maybe on behalf of your team, what do you want to see in the future of these kinds of tournaments here? Because I know you said it was a good experience. What do you want to see for the future of this event?
And just before I answer that question, I just want to shout out to our mid and top for because they're actually auto-filled, but they played very well. And then also we had a lot of practice among our...
One step to the left. Or just
okay. We just had a lot of practice. We spent a lot of time drafting and whatnot. So, yeah. And so your question was our experience.
What would you like to see for the future?
Honestly, I think that
It's okay. Take your time. It's all good. We know that this has been. It's on the spot question. But I mean, just in general, what do you want to see for like these kinds of esports events in Hawaii? Like, what do you want to see more? What kind do you want to see? Sort of a thing. Like, what do you want to see more in the future here?
I mean, it'd be great if like there's more people in the bracket somehow. Just playing more would be fun. But also, I'm not sure how much like time you guys have to like to dedicate like into like this tournament, because I know like there's gonna be like League and then Valorant, but then if there's more like games, maybe like live here instead, and not just like the finals. Like I understand that like maybe there's some time conflict or constraint, but it'd be I think it would be more exciting if there's like more games, maybe like maybe if not like more matches, it's just like a best of 5 instead of like a best of 3. I do like the fearless setup. Yeah, it makes it feel like a lot more competitive to play and more exciting to watch probably too.
All right, well, congratulations once again. You are the MVP for the entire event here at the HEOC. So we're going to have Nevin from Working Gamers come on up and give you some of the prizes here for your MVP success. So again, congratulations. This is from Working Gamers here. The other team will win other prizes as well. We'll have them with their cash prizes. We'll have them with their Zippy's gift cards with one of the bags from Hawaii Candy as well. So there's plenty left to go. League of Legends is done for now. You can see all of the prizes that are going to be here for our MVP here. More on the way by the way, we are going to have Valorant coming up in just a little while, so stick around for that. Retirement Home versus SCZO on the other side for Valorant. This is the Hawaii Esports Open Championship, and we'll be right back. reaction to this?
I'll say it all in one go. These youngins think they can come up. They were taught by us. They were molded by us, and they think they can overtake us. I just don't know who they think they are, because especially I was on Derek's team yesterday, and I'm just praying he plays the same as what I saw yesterday, because anyone who's here knows he was on the server, you know, like, so there's that, you know. They got here with a guy who was on 30 ping, and now he's no longer on 30 ping. We're all on the, you know, equal playing field, and now it's go time.
All right, so now he has spoken. You get the rebuttal. What would you like to say? I'll give you the mic, hand in hand. What would you like to say to this?
I mean, like, okay, I don't know. A lot of you guys might not know Rod, but the thing about Rod is that he's pretty bad at the game, but stat pads, so it makes it seem like he's better than he actually is. And he just likes to buy the new, like, you know, hardware just to make him seem like he's better than, you know, it's like trying to get back to his old roots. But in reality, this guy was getting booted off the UH team way before I was even there. Okay, so like I don't know what he's talking about. This guy dropped 30 yesterday and did nothing all game. He won his 2 rounds and just got exit frags the rest of them. So like, you know, anyone with any sort of like game IQ, watch the game back and then just see that all of his kills are not impactful at all. He might have like 2 impact frags and that's about it. So, you know, good luck on that.
Oh, all right. I'll give you 2. One. Ask the best Zippy's item on the menu. The best Zippy's item. Who wants to go first? Oh, you got to think. All right.
I don't even know what's on the menu, but what's really good, chili moco with extra chicken katsu on the top.
All right. Let's see, Derek, what you got?
I used to just get the local moco, but as of recently, I just getting the creamy fried chicken, just easy.
All right. Well, you got 2 good items here, gentlemen. As a pre-start here to make things happen, I'll give you each a Zippy's gift card here. Right. But there are more of these you are fighting for your teams now. You get to save that for yourselves, but your teammates are also looking forward to it as well. Yes, you get that to start. It's a start. It's a pre-start. It's a pre-start. Now just know that is inspiration for the other prizes you could win for your entire team after this. That is your inspiration. So now all I want to do before we get back up to the stage here, take a break before we get back to the stage, gentlemen. You know how we do this in the UFC? You know how UFC starts work? Get in your best fighting position, like get player start position, you know? No? Come on. No? All right, in the middle, just stare down each other. Give me the stare down. Don't laugh. Get the stare down. Yes. Yes. We have the stare down. All right, gentlemen, break it up. All right, let's get down to it. We're going to have the HEOC finals for Valorant right after this. Take a short break up to the stage on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports Open Championship on the floor. Kawaii Kon 2026, clutching alongside Rosier, a.k.a. Mr. Garrett Lau. We're here with you from the floor, like I said, of the Kamehameha Room inside Kawaii Kon 2026 in its final day. And actually, a lot of excitement here on the floor earlier, it's at least inside of the main event. Main event had the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra play a few things, and then you also had, you're also going to have the Flow concert here later on as well. So it's plenty of exciting things, but glad you stopped by here for us because we have League down, and then now it's Valorant. SCZO taking on Retirement Home. It was an 11-team bracket, moves all the way down to 8, or moved down to 8, and then we went all the way through that entire weekend. You and I had an event in the same weekend as well, which was fun. And now we get down to these two teams. SCZO on the left side of your screen, Retirement Home on the right side of your screen. You just saw the trash talk, if you will, the pre-fight segment between SCZO and Retirement Home. And you can take a look at some of the matchups as well down the line. Yes, Rod and Derek are both looking at each other, but you can take a look at some of the matchups here for Prefix and Kodaiba, and it will actually be interesting as well because for one of the teams here for SCZO, they actually let me know that one member is going to be rotated out. So remember, we saw Oblivious Snowman. Oblivious Snowman will come out. Blonded will come in later on as well, so that could be an interesting note later. But in this very good big thing alone here, you're looking at two former University of Hawaii Manoa teams, right? You're looking at two former Esports teams. And now it comes down to this. I mean, remember, the regular UHE team, the current iteration of the varsity team, did not get through. Yeah. But now it's down to this.
Yeah, out day one. But now you have these two ex-UH teams going at it here. And, you know, some of them did play yesterday in the King of the Hill, but on opposing teams or perhaps on the same team, you could say as well. So we still have a lot of talent. And they're, you know, just practicing their skills on stage as they warm up to that. But it all really just comes down to this. I mean, what an event that was put on here. The Hawaii Esports Open Championship, down to two teams now, SCZO and Retirement Home. Just what a sight to see right now.
Yeah, what a sight to see here once again. It all culminated in an online tournament back in March, and then it just went down to two teams, and the last two teams fighting their way here onto the floor in the Kamehameha Room on Kawaii Kon weekend of 2026. Although it feels like this is a little bit later than normally is, but still a very nice scene to see, especially with all the construction and all the updates that the Hawaii Convention Center is having. It's a great thing to be back here inside its room, and very much so that I think that everybody would be nice to say about that we do not have to go up an escalator or do not have to go up an elevator just to get to the room that we've been in for so many years.
Definitely a different environment, but also, you know, gives the opportunity for, you know, more people to enter the room. And, you know, not only is it PC gaming, but it's also all the free play, all the gaming communities in one room together once again. And has been really great for Kawaii Kon, especially if you're a gamer, or just really into gaming. So.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the rosters here between the two teams, and especially with the rosters. I mean, you take a look at what is a very, very nice sequence between the two teams. To start off with SCZO here, and again, this team was the one that had a nice run through the entire bracket the entire time. They're here in the grand finals now. But mainly, I mean, you're looking at the captain, Derek, but the other one, again, you're looking at the main player that gets a lot. And it's normally not a controller here, but Kodaiba getting a 344 average combat score throughout the entire thing of that Hawaii Esports Open Championship, the online qualifiers there. That's something to pay attention to coming up.
Definitely. Yeah, SCZO had a great, fabulous run, you know, taking down a lot of the teams, and also surprising getting into day 2 against UHE Varsity. So they're just pretty much able to win this from behind, you should say. I think they were knocked into the lower bracket. They didn't make the winners finals, but they did make their run and making here today from the losers finals.
Yeah. And then let's go on to the other team now, where we have Retirement Home waiting on the other side as well. And of course, their logo, by the way, so you saw the logo earlier was just the bear from the bear inside of the premiere, I believe. This time around, their Retirement Home logo is just Rod sipping some tea, saying, "Not my problem." Well, unfortunately, they run into a problem known as Derek V and the rest of the squad from SCZO. But you can take a look at all the stats here from all the teams, and pretty much, you know, at least for the 4 players, kind of spread out evenly until you get to the last name of Prefix. 357 average combat score. That's where it should be on the duel list, but that's where you find your most action from. And again, this was throughout the entire plays there of what we saw with a Retirement Home, on at least on stream side, 18 first bloods. You do not want to run into this jet at any time soon.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, excellent run during the online qualifiers. Made it all the way to winners finals. Didn't drop a match. And crazy enough, they're here on stage today. They're all laughing and stuff right next to us. And, you know, they're just really here to have a good time, just to show out. Both of these teams have this great opportunity to be the first winners for the Valorant side of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. And Kawaii Kon, and here Kawaii Kon on a stage in front of a crowd. You know,
in front of a very nice crowd right behind us as well. I mean, there's a very, very big crowd at hand. We want to thank you guys for joining us here for the first ever and the inaugural Hawaii Esports Open Championship, because we do want to have this back in future years the way it's been received. And also, too, you really want to join us on our social medias. Follow it on EMP Live Designs or EMP_Live_Designs on Instagram. Check it out there. You can also join our Discord page for all of the future happenings on the events and whatnot. You can also, you know, look for a team, look for different things that you want to play with as well. Working Gamers also having their things as well. So plenty on the scene here in the esports local scene in Hawaii. But now we get to this point. And actually, speaking of which, Working Gamers right now here for you, and you can scan to the two QR codes on your screen right now to join the Discord and follow their socials. But of course, the broadcast brought to you by Working Gamers, Hawaii's first adult esports recreation league, built for players who still have competition, but also have real schedules, real responsibilities, and real lives. They are all about bringing community, competition, and connection back into your busy life through structured leagues, homegrown vibes, and a safe place where you can actually game and meet other players like yourself. If you ever said, I wish I had some time to game again, and God, boy, I mean, all the trips that I've been taking, I wish I had this too. This is where you can get your start. You can join the Discord once again, the left side of your screen in the blue, connect with gamers. You can also check out the socials on the right side of your screen in the red. Go and check them out and get what it means to balance work, life, and gaming. And that is Working Gamers here, our presenting sponsor. But again, we are back here inside of the Kamehameha rooms, and this is going to be fun. If you weren't watching the pregame talk, by the way, literally speaking, when they were if you've ever watched a UFC fight, right? If you ever watched like these MMA fights go down, they always have the pre-fight, like the weigh-ins, and then them facing each other, right? When they were facing each other, they did not want to do it. If you weren't watching, they were laughing at each other. And then finally got serious about it. They stared down each other for maybe about 20 seconds before finally bolting away to the stage. So this is going to be good fun. I know it is. These two teams have played each other and played with each other before. So now we're going to go ahead and get to see what these teams are all about as we get into the Agents Flag. By the way, we did not mention the map order here. So here you go for your very first match order at the very least. And it's pretty interesting to say the least. Haven will start us off. Then we get to Bind. But of all the maps to land on, we end on Fracture if we go to 3. Of all the maps.
Fracture. Okay, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Fracture. I'm actually just a big fan of the maps that aren't favorable to a lot of the teams. So Bind, Haven, Split, OG maps of Valorant, right? But then you get into the newer maps like Fracture, then it just becomes a lot more fun and a lot more unique in a way, because a lot of teams have different play styles. But instead of Fracture now, the first map will be Haven here as we start the first round of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship Finals here at Kawaii Kon 2026, day number 3. Looking at the map.
And I do want to point out, too, the pot right now, the pot for this entire thing, remember, the pot only wins for first and second place. So the fact they even got here in the first place means they're going to win a share of the pot. The pot right now sits at about, or I believe was over $1,000 at this point in terms of prizing and cash. So this is, if you are going to show off anywhere, this is the time to.
Right now.
This is the time to play some games. And we are about to go down once again. Retirement home. Yes, it may not be RH on the board here, but the acronym here for Retirement Home is old.
It's valid.
It is valid, yes. And then SEZO on the other side, staying with their 4 letters. And here we go with a minute 40 on the clock.
Taking a quick peek out, Kodaima able to swing one onto Rod, and the full blood now commences a very fast round number 1. Starting out, and the plan is going to go down in a 5v4. SEZO just pushing it. Prefix with a nice headshot onto Derek. And we're looking to see if he can get any more. Just playing playing with no fear. Prefix gets another one, but a trade out for Godiva. The bomb has not been planned to get. Now so finally.
Spike is going to go down here. Mikey's on the flank though from short side, from sewer side. Good flash, but doesn't get it. Onto Oblivious Snowman. Spike is down though on A side. Now it's going to be up to them to defend it out. 1 versus 1 now. Seeing who gets it out. It's the new character, Mix. Smokes up. Taking on the Sova here, who gets it! And it's SCTO that gets it. Oblivious Snowman with the clutch. She clutches up and gets the first point on the board for the attacking team.
What a decisive waveform that was. A lot of trash talk happening if you're in the crowd here. But that's something you kind of won. As you said it before, good fun. But yes, what an excellent waveform, just kind of tricking where Oblivious Snowman was going to peak from. And it all paid off in the end. First round belongs to SCZO. And as the sets do say, most of the time, if you win the pistol round, you do win the second. But you could prove us wrong here, Retirement Home.
Well, it looks like they're going to push out of A almost immediately here, and that's where this entire team is going for. They notice one, but don't notice the rest, because two have already made it down into Stewart's area. Good flash around. Oblivious Snowman still finding Mikey on the way out of this, but is able to trade this 1-for-1. Two still hanging out in Stewart's area, working on a classic here. Shockbolt just looking for any damage on the poke side right now. Aldrone's not going to spot anything, at least up towards B. There's nobody really looking down towards B. Your Omen is only on the garage side right now. Everybody else is on A half.
Looking to see where the Recon Dart will hit. Recon Bolt playing really slow here. Slowing the pace down a little bit. Light speed goes up, but the refract is there. CMD able to get a bucket kill onto Frog. As we head into looks like a full rotation coming out from SCCO. Plant has not been planted yet. They're playing quite patiently, but the execute now into the C site is gonna go off in the plant, or the bomb will now be planted.
Spike gets down onto the C site now, and it's just a bunch of smoke here. Soundwave comes out onto the back area, into back C site. Now looking for a shot goal, nearly getting in. Crypto sleeping. Now they just lie in wait for the retake. Remember, 4-on-3 here in favor of SCZO. This is a save round. Maybe they just die. Maybe they just go down to Spike. Now they're going to rush out here. Derek's going to spot them out. Shockbolt comes out, does a little bit of damage on the prefix. Is it going to be enough? It is. Onto the Guardian. They rush them down. This is going to be a near flawless for them. Oblivious Snowman with a rush down for 3. SCZO getting it clean here at the start of the first 2 rounds.
SCZO showing out. Oblivious Snowman 5-0-2 with the first 2 rounds being over. As we head into round number 3, all the buys will be on the table for Retirement Home. Getting better guns, but the bonus round now coming out for SCZO, meaning that they were able to save a couple of their weapons from last round into this one. See how much extra credit they can get. See if they can take down Retirement Home with the better weapons.
There they are.
Kind of looking. The Recon Bolt does spot one, headed into sewers. But now, just playing slow, trying to play, see where everything is, play for picks possibly coming out. But the rotate is going to happen, and Mikey gets one, but Godiva is able to get Mikey, but a res coming out, and now it's 3v5.
Oh, and Crypto got juked a little bit, just the moves, even the spray at the end of it. Frank does get one back. That prevents, well, at least the flaw, well, it was flawless earlier on, but now they're going to go ahead and give the plan here. Godiva's going to use the wall to get up on top now. You hear the sound in the background, by the way. That is the microphones on the main stage working right now, so they're just trying to see what they can retake at this point. 4 versus 2. You never want to go down 4-0, especially on a map like this.
Definitely not.
Especially on 3-site map. But here comes Prefix and Frog, the last 2 hopes here. Anything to spot out. Recon Bolt destroyed though, but they know they're in there. They just don't know where in there. In the process though, Frog gets, our Prefix gets to the other side for 1. Oblivious Snowman with the whip around. The Rocky Raccoon covers on Frog. SCZO a clean 3-0 to start.
Very good round coming out from SCZO. It looked really scary. Mikey did have that angle on the rotate. Was able to get one, but to no avail. Godiva on the stage did have the resurrection. And that proved to be costly for the hands of, for Retirement Home, I should say. And all of that was history from there. Now you see the economy, all the creds, very low creds. for Retirement Home. They're going to have to save here, as Stephen did say, is that you do not want to be put in this 0-4 situation if you're a Retirement Home.
Standing ahead.
Recon both go down, both recon both from both Silver players.
Oh, hello.
Smoke. Hello, CMD, awesome. Gets prefix, but Encrypto getting one onto Godiva. A Marshall kill, you should say. As all the action.
They don't have anything at the moment here. Prague only having a sheriff to work with is going to see at least one person out of the hallway. Near has a hit, but isn't able to escape because CMD Awesome quickly out of window area and is able to find out. Down now here you see the Marshall shot firing out for right now. I mean, SCCO, this is a bonus for them at this point if they didn't die last round. So now all systems go here. Mikey finds them, but isn't able to find them inside. Stays right inside of the volley for right now. Flashes out all the way around. Refract comes out momentarily, stays inside of the smoke. Mikey fighting for dear life. Finds one somehow inside of the smoke, but still stays alive for right now. Planets to go to A here. Wrapping around, Rod gets nothing for it. Tries for the flank, nothing doing. The Awesome though with 3 kills on the round, looking for another here. Good shot by Encrypto, but it's got to be a 1 versus 2. Spike is down at that area as well. Both players hiding here. It's Hell play on the double out. Nearly gets caught playing full share, but instead Oblivious Snowman up top. Is able to find inside of Heaven, and it is now 4-0 SCCO. But again, bonus round stays with some of the players there.
Really, at the start of the round, you did see CMP just getting that headshot through the smoke onto Prefix. Kind of set the tone for that entire round. Encrypto getting a 2K with the Marshall, but it was not enough in the end, as the numbers did clear at the end of the round. Now we see we're going to have some full weaponry here for both of these teams, trying to make it a little more even. Retirement Home giving up 4 rounds, seeing if they can at least get 1 on the board as of now.
Trying their best at this point. Just 4 points. They need something on the board here. Prefix starts off taking down Godiva. That was the big problem. That was the biggest problem back on the online qualifiers. That's who you would have to kill. Still, the rest of this team working out beautifully right now. Flash around the corner for Mikey, doesn't find anything. Running back's going to run out here without anything doing for it. Places down the molly, but what does that do for you other than clear out C? At this point now, they're just trying to find some semblance of stability. Retirement Home needing a point bad. As they come closer and closer together. Action might begin here soon, but much like PCT style on some of these slow rounds here, you ain't gonna see anything until the last 30, maybe 40 seconds here. Right now, placement comes out, but it's gonna be for nothing. Rocky Raccoon finds it, trades that out. Might find one along the way here. Frog finds it, and it's an advantage now. It's all up to the Sova. It's all up to Derek, the team captain. Lonesome on this round of play. Desperately trying to find something, but does have the spike in hand.
Again, a quick shot into CT onto Frog, the one who didn't leave their post, kind of disrupting a lot of their plans onto A. But Derek getting another one. Could potentially get 2 to this round. But Rod with a quick swing from CT. You also had the reassurance from Mikey for the quick swing, for the quick trade, and there you go. First point for Retirement Home will be on the board.
Rod looking right across the table to his counterpart. Trash talking immediately. But let's look at the obvious here. Rod is down 3 kills to Derek still.
Yes, okay. In the face-to-face.
Yeah. So even
I think that's worth mentioning. Yeah.
Even worth mentioning. Yes. I know. Again, this is supposed to be a very nice broadcast, but we do know both teams very well. So I mean, we can gaslight them a little bit if we want to.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's still again 4-1 the scoreline here between SCCO and Old. You can hear the jazz in the background too. Very, very nice. Now they're going to come down here. It's going to be the out there pass. Snap the fingers and run away into the Hunter Fury nearly. Wall comes up. Encrypto. But missing the shots to start. They didn't hear it. And now it runs into 2. Encrypto finds 2 on the lane. Neon stuck right now this lane. Now Paranoia has to play. And now down the lane. Nearly gets a little bit of a hit though. Rocky Raccoon versus Encrypto trying to find the right places. So Clean off of a slide from the Neon, doesn't find anything, and Crypto's still safe right now. Rocky Raccoon having to use the on 5 strong, beats 2 more. Looking for the ace down the lane, but running out of charge. Running along, hey, Rocky Raccoon through the smoke, finds another one. 1 versus 2. Shots being fired out, but they know where the shots were firing from now, at least. It's down to just this Jet. Prefix, what's the problem? Though early on, they have not planted down the spike yet. They do have the wall, but that wall breaks on Seaside Garage. Another angle they have to worry about now. But it breaks. Well, what does Prefix want to do here? Do they think they're going to try to plant somewhere else? Makes the noise right now. Hasn't planted it down. Looking for it on the other side. Prefix denies the ace, but Derek denies the win. A 4K for the Neon. And it's more than enough to help them out. SCZO on a 5-1 lead now.
What good positioning for that 2v1. He's still in favor of SCZO. Rocky Raccoon able to peek out of backsides. But yes, as we see for the replay, the fast lane did go down in Crypto, holding it and being really patient with it. Rocky Raccoon still in the backside there, but was able to have overdrive and just really gain that 4K and gain that confidence. Excellent positioning and excellent trade coming out to end that round. Recon will brought out onto A long as it looks like SCZO is going to start to run to the A side.
SCZO more than confident enough to take on this retirement home side. Immediately going to start the plant down onto A, spike down, and now retirement home down in terms of their numbers. 3 versus 5. Chamber does have the tour to force out, but what can you do when a wall is staring you down in heaven? You really can't do much right now. Comes down, flashes out, but now you have the sword, and this is what the Sentinel is so good at. Sure, the stage denies any space entry when you wanted to use your util. Now you're having to waste time, and now you're having to rush. Another soul orb comes down on the main side. No finds for the moment. Rod's able to find one at the Rocky Raccoon. On the reset, is able to find Derek around the corner. It's up to the Omen, but the Omen can only do so much. Another point for SCZO past the halfway point of the first half.
SCZO were the winners from the losers finals qualifying. They were the 3rd seed entering this Hawaii Esports Open Championship. Retirement home is number 2, winning through the winners final. So they did play less games in this qualifier compared to SCZO, which they had to fight from the losers bracket. And now we're seeing 6-1 SCZO playing out very well here. And we're gonna have some full buys coming out from each squad as the next round does start.
Coming on over to C lane, Prefix knows immediately they're in a lot of danger. Has to back out of it. And looks immediately looking for Encrypto on the side. But Encrypto nowhere to be found. Now looking to see if they start the plant. They look for the name immediately. Derek though finds Encrypto around the corner. Rod does find one, but Derek's still finding 2 in the process. Makes it a 4v3. Another Sage. Of course, Ivan does have a resurrection if needed, but you can't resurrect yourself if you're in the grave. And that's a bad place for a spike to be. Now that you know it, what a shot through the wall for Mikey. The Pierce in action. Getting a spot around the corner, another Pierce on the wall. Derek has to make something happen, but will not. The retirement home is able to find one to a lackluster crowd. Finds the defense, finds a point.
If you're not hearing these comments from the stage.
I wish we had a crowd mic just put in front of the 2 of them. I wish. It'd be so funny.
Oh my goodness. Now, still in a comfortable position, even though they did lose SCZO, still has the economy to have some full buys, but a few ultimates are wasted from that round, but it looks like goes down and Hunter Fury in the hands of Derek is going to be tossed as well onto the counter for the Frog.
And Frog couldn't really do anything. It's a slow orb right in front of you in front of the Hunter Fury.
For Rocky Raccoon back at it now in a 5v3. SCZO did lose the last round. Are going to try to get his CID. Able to get 2 on the side. And now is Rod.
It's all up to Rod. It's all up to the oldest man on the team. It's all up to it now. You don't have 100 seconds to watch. The sidelines right there. Looking for the shotgun. Derek was looking for the funny kill. Doesn't get it, but does hit him for 66 health. And now just looking for the rest here from one bullet of one of the teammates. Rod flying all over the place, not looking in the right area. 7-2. SCCO guaranteeing the lead at the half.
7-2 is a very good score. You really want that momentum going to the half. And as you can see on the player cams, they're just yelling and yelling and yelling. But really good round coming out from SCCO, able to catch out the aggressiveness from Retirement Home early off in the round.
Captain already had 13 kills, by the way. The Sova is doing work here. 8 kills over the other team's captain, mind you here. But now it's the 9th round, and you can definitely see the economy hurting here for Retirement Home. You're not expecting them to win this one. At a 7-2 rate, a thrifty is more and more seeming to be needed, if anything else.
Go off. And the execution is on, but we're going to be a little sneaky here.
One into the middle of the Fury. Which is out. How do you get two?
But Rod with the trade. That means playing coming out from Retirement Home. And incredible. Still taking shots off. Gets 2 shots onto Godiva. Gets that. And now it's a 3v3.
Down to a 3v3. Walls up though too, so they gotta wait for this. Walls not that efficient for a short. Good thing, Rocky. Good thing you had to run it back. Rod's able to find one though. Walks down, what a flick! And Mikey finds it as well! When they needed the thrifty the most, they kept it back. They get it back. 3rd point for the Retirement Home, the thrifty, and the breath of relief much needed.
Trying to make it a 5-7 finish. That's all they can really do. That is the match. As you see
Watch the replay here, and I'm sorry for what's going on right now, but let's see. Again, the sneaky 2 was, I thought, the start of the end. And then somehow, some way, they find their retake.
Where did Rod come from?
And where did Rod? Rod came all the way. That flick was big, too. So now the big thing here is that for the Retirement Home, they find themselves in a better position now in terms of economy, but SCCO also has the economy. This is a big round for both sides coming up.
Waveform did go off from Oblivious Snowman, but still playing quite slow. Nothing has really given their position, but Priscilla gets the headshot onto Derek. Looking through Garage, trying to play a bit more aggressively. Rocky Raccoon is already inside with the saturate. Does miss a little bit, but refracts to safety. Rod trying to see if he can get a peek, but no commitment right now from SCCO whatsoever. They're just playing this out. They still have so much time. Still a minute remaining. They don't need to rush things necessarily.
Oh my gosh.
Mikey and Kodai was kind of an interesting situation by Rocky Raccoon with the judge. Neon Judge has been pretty strong.
And the weapon upgrade as well from the shotgun. Now you don't have to slide in anymore. Now you can go for the long range, but now that they know that somebody's all the way on the attack, now they're going to check for it. They do find TMD Austin. There are 2 low health bars in that CT side, though. They're going to go ahead and plant down once again. 3rd plant's on A here, straight.
A distraction.
Distraction, maybe.
Get him out.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's on C. My apologies about that. They find themselves on C. I was just looking at the neon on A more momentarily, but they find themselves in a really bad position. They're now finding out that A is not where you want to be here. So now you got to use them from the shadows all the way to the other side, where the Zoma nearly gets shot down. And has to cancel it too, which means now they're wasting even more time to get that way. A wall even on the garage side. Godiva looking for one. Rod finds Godiva. Mikey on the retake. 4 versus 1 now. It all comes down to the mix here. Oblivious Snowman looking for it, needing to find it. Coming out of the smoke, but finding the barrels of 3. And a defender win. And that got dicey for a little while. But they find them 2 rounds in a row. 7-4. 1 more round for the half.
SCCO, Masters of Deception. Rocky Raccoon was really all over the map with CMD. They're just running around, keeping Retirement Home guessing. But as you know, the numbers advantage is really strong here. It was a 4v3 situation as soon as they realized the bomb was on C. So with that being said, they're able to use their numbers, just use whatever they could, and they're able to secure that that round diffused, regardless of the deception and the trick that SCZO were playing.
And now you got to worry about the tricks that Retirement Home are playing now, because now they could go any which way. The playbook now is kind of wide open now that you've won 2 straight here, and it's down to the last. This is the last round and a half, meaning that now the economy is no longer in your favor. You got to play with what you got here, Guardian, Stinger, and all. But weapon advantage right now, not very good. And watch the Sova here, Frog. Looking. Prefix though, Outlaw takes down Godiva. That's the spike down in C Garage as well. That's a very precarious position. Around the corner, Frog finds another one. And they are now spread out all over the place. Where do you look?
I'm out of here.
Because now you've got somebody on the flank side. You do have a wall up in window, but that's not going to help you much in terms of what's going on in a 5 versus 3. Near the corner around, might find another one, finds one, looking for another. Mikey though, you didn't know there was 2 around that corner, know that for sure. Fighting needs to find 2 more though. Down all in Garden, and Crypto's there for 1, and the other one, and Crypto gets. And as bad as this half started for them on a 7-2, they bring it back for the last 3 on a 7-5. It's a close first half.
Looked really interesting. Yeah, Mikey with a bit of a mistake there, but the rest of the team able to pick up the slack. All intentional maybe, you know. But as we head into the second half, 7-5 still in the SCZO favor. The roles have now swapped. No, was there an operator from Prefix in the first half?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so, yeah.
Anyways, real quickly before we get into the second half, a big shout out to all of our sponsors here in the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. Working Gamers being our presenting sponsor, and of course all of our other sponsors, including EMP Live Designs with the broadcast, PC Gamers, some of the University of Hawaii, the University of Hawaii with their presence here inside of Kawaii Kon 2026. We also have Hawaii Candy and Hotspot Gaming, and of course Hotspot Gaming Cafe in Kapolei and Mississippi. Meanwhile, we missed some of the action here. Mikey's able to find 3 in the process here, giving Retirement Home a really good shot at this. 4 versus 1 now, a very aggressive attack. They switch on over, but doesn't even need to plant the spike. They will get the spike off in the nick of time, but it's a point there for Retirement Home, and down 2, that's the way you want to start the half.
Definitely, and now we are looking, as the statistics does say, that you have a higher chance to win the next round. So the buys are coming out now for the Retirement Home. Couple Spectres, and even a big boy gun.
And yes, by the way, someone in the crowd shouted out that yes, the score right now is indeed 6-7.
I didn't want to say it.
Somebody just had to admit. You couldn't keep your mouth shut for a little while until the round was over. Come on, guys. Come on.
Acknowledge it in my mind.
We are over this joke, are we not? We are so over this joke. Come on.
I don't think we are.
We need security around here.
No. As the round just start now, a quick attack coming out from Retirement Home. The whole team of SCZO needs to rotate now.
Oh boy.
And initiation goes light speed. Gets caught out by Rod. Rocky Raccoon though with a buck, he's quite strong, playing in the waveform of the mix stroke.
Oh my god.
Rod, this could be Rod. No, but he does steal it, but Prefix with the last kill. So able to pick off 1 in that save round for SCZO, but now it's all tied up 7-7.
And I also want to point out as well too, this is how good these 2 teams are. Mind you, at the start of their attacking half, SCZO only allowed 1 kill on the defense, or I should say Retirement Home only got 1 kill on the second round. In this second round, it is SCZO that only gets 1 kill here on either side, and that's the way you just rush in. You just get that entire site down, locked pat. That's 2 straight plants onto C for the Retirement Home side. So really now, I mean, Retirement Home nearly bonusing here, -1. And that's the big advantage now that you get for the first 2 round kills. You don't get a lot of kills. Guess what? Now you're just bonusing out, and this next round really sometimes turns out to be irrelevant considering what the economy is.
To the next round, trying to get a few quick picks. But overall, Retirement Home playing slowly. Play for picks is the call. It seems Spectres and all, but that bonus like you said. Owl drone does go off. They see the wall.
But the big news there is they don't spot Godiva on the wall either. They don't. Meaning Godiva's still got free reign in case they want to play C-side. But now looks to be that we might get action here. It's going to come down B, but Oblivious. But it's going to be nearly missed everything from Crypto there, flipping around. Able to find a 1 versus 1 though. That is the plants on the time here in the tap. Shotguns
happening all over. Somehow in the middle of all that, is able to find Frog. Mikey on the running back as well. 3 versus 2 now. The skirmish is on. It's up to Rod to finish out this one. Cat missed a couple of shots now. Onto the Headhunter. Needs to find a shoot and tap. They nearly line up, but it's okay if you're a fan of SCCO, because now they do not let them have the streak that they had before. SCCO finds the defensive round, gets the defuse, and we're back to a 8-7 game in their favor.
Really needed to knock Retirement Home out of that. The last 5 rounds belong to them. So finally, SCCO can kind of put up a fight here now to regain the lead. Now you have full weaponry for both teams here. But, you know, anything is possible. Retirement Home do have enough. Some of them do have enough to buy next round as well. If they do lose, but that ain't quite even. Recon Bolt does go into lobby. No available to get that forward. Go for it. Bad. Incredible. TNT. Rod onto the dive as well. The C execution is going to happen. And Prefix jumping into Garage Waco. He has to kill into Oblivion Snowman into a 2v5 situation in favor of Retirement Home. Wrong trying to knife Rocky Raccoon, but ends up getting 3. 34 health in a dream. Gonna slide on right out of there. But a quick swing from Encrypto out of Garage will stop the momentum from Rocky Raccoon and SCCO.
This entire crowd could feel the aura that almost happened there. Nearly had it. It was just, I mean, like, if you had gotten one more, if you had gotten that Y swing,
that would have been cool.
I think Rocky has it. I think. I would put the gamble on there. But 8-8 tied scoreboard right now. And now you can see the economy falling by the wayside here for SCCO. All they've got at best. I mean, would you count Stinger and it would be Stinger and
Really good build, but still a strategy of, say, Rocky Raccoon and TNT, the Judas players. They play close.
Crypto's able to put the smoke into heaven, and look at the rush here. They know they have advantage, so why not push the advantage? They find themselves on A. Diamond though with a wall. Well, the wall blocks out short at the very least, on the flank for right now, so they don't see anything. That looks a miss, but the entire team currently staring this down. And now it's a 5-on-5 retake. We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen this yet on a 5 versus 5 retake. But now looking the wrong way, Prefix looks differently there, and now picks up the Vandal with a weapon upgrade. Which will die, but one of the big problems that Retirement Home has to get rid of. But it's a clear sweep. As quickly as 1 kill happened, the next 5 fall. And that is another points. And for the first time in this game, Retirement Home has the lead.
Retirement Home with a shaky start, but now have regained the lead, or have gained the lead for the first time. Something that has not happened yet, but now we have the buys coming up. Kind of obstructed though. We do have the rifles, but we do not have the shields for the side of SCCO. It is very important that you do stop this momentum coming out from Retirement Home, because it looks like they can just pretty much run it up, as you saw.
Standing ahead.
Try to retake, but
you want to play? Let's play.
And now you have to deal with this now coming from behind. And not to do their best on the defensive route.
That hit. Not sure if that hit. Momentarily yet. Now it looks like this team from Retirement, or from SCCO, holding on to the site for dear life. About to gun around the corner, but that's flashed in the meanwhile. And Crypto's able to find some dive on the left end. Meanwhile, Prefix getting wanted it. The kills just keep going back and forth, but unfortunately the back and forth keeps heading into the direction of Retirement Home. It's a team ace, the first mark for Retirement Home here. Besides the Thrifty, they find themselves on a good path. It is now, they have won now the first 5 out of the 6 rounds here in a half. They now double their lead from 1 to 2, 10-8.
A scary situation now put in the hands of SCCO. They were really comfortable in the first half, but now as the second half hit, it has been a whole different story. So a great execution coming out from Retirement Home, regardless, able to get the trades, able to get the picks. Now SCCO's stuck with this very much needed challenge. They need to break their momentum. 3 rounds have
revealing area.
Home, and it could be potentially 4.
When a recon both destroy gives them a sense that something's amiss here, and maybe Retirement Home wants to go yet again quickly, flash down. They know that somebody's in there. Give the Awesome though with a flick. That's onto the run and back. So still to a 5-5 strength frog. The Awesome dropping down the Rocky Raccoon. Unlucky. That is there, spotted out immediately. Reverse to the flank Aaron kill, but it doesn't really matter when the whole site is being taken over. It's down to Sova here. It is down to the captain. It is down to Derek, the captain of the team here. Wants to go around the corner, but spots Mikey and finds a bullet between the eyes. That's 4 straight rounds now for Retirement Home, who finds them in an 11-8 lead.
SCZO now put in this position. You buy out here the potential of losing, making your economy really bad.
Yeah, that's the risk, right? That's the risk you pull
so
here
much
because
risk.
yes, you're down 11-8, but the difference, I mean, the difference is stark enough where you have to make this bad decision now, right? It's either way, this could be a bad decision for you on either end, right? But they're opting to go for the risk now that they have to win this round. I mean, they don't have enough. They have enough though. Rocky Raccoon spots out Rod. Sniper himself, now looking for it. It's the first shot. Rocky Raccoon slides away. Is able to find somebody off. Nearly half the shot. I don't know how. Let's try to find another one, but it's a rush down on the Blade Storm. Picks up the op. Mikey has it now. That's such a bad position to be in. You have the operator, but the operator got rushed down. Somebody's down, but it's not. It is enough to stop the plant momentarily here, but is it enough for the retake? Is the question. See if the Awesome Oblivion Snowman there. Derek finding it as well. FCCO on a 3 versus 1, but it's up to Encrypto now. 2 versus 1 around the corner. 3 health in a dream. To find it. We're in the Virgin path. Isn't needed. It's a jump around the corner for CMD Awesome. And at the end of it, the risk may have paid off, but the credits don't look that great.
They weren't able to pick up the operator in the end. Mikey did pick it up originally, but dropped it off for the Vandal. But basically coming out from Oblivious Snowman, the mix ult able to deafen, and a good retake coming out from SCZO in the end. But now you're still in that tough position. SCZO are going to buy out once again, but if they do lose here, they're going to be struggling with that. A couple of them can still buy. Recon Bolt does go down, gets spotted out by CMD. And Crypto able to get 1, and Crypto able to get 2. So this feels a bad card for SCZO so far. Oh,
they're just trying to dive in at this point, and now just trying to put the pressure on, which they do so momentarily. Had a headshot there, but I would think that was through the pierce of the wall, so nothing there for right now. Prefix is able to find Godiva though, but it's just flat on some low health bars though. In the process, Prefix is down very low. Rocky Raccoon sliding all over the place, but can't find a way out of it. Now it's up to Derek once again. The captain has to make do with what you got here. Shotgun and the shotty around the corner. Match point RH. Match point to the plaza, if you will.
Yep, Retirement Home doing an excellent job turning this whole game around from what looked really scary in the beginning. Now have match point for game number 1. Best of 3 series. Could be potentially the last round. Their economy is also good. But on the side of SCZO, kind of struggling here. They're going to, desperate times calls for desperate measures. And that's pretty much the name of the game. They have potentially 3 rounds to win if they want to take this into overtime. As the potential last round does start here.
But I mean, if you're SCCO right now, I mean, there's nothing else to do but see if you can. You got to find first pick. That's the most important part. You have to find first pick here. The way Retirement Home is playing, I mean, they have to play for SCCO. You have to play first pick. There's the Owl Drone spot. That's the start of it. Finally, the start of it. Hunter's Fury, though, is going to deny any space from CT side. Finds 2 in the process, nearly finding a teammate to damage, and that was Mikey in the way momentarily. Shotbolt comes out, doesn't find anything. The Wild Crypto, though, all the way inside a garage, looking to find 1, 2, and 3. Encrypto scraps 3, Frog scrapping another one, jumping inside of the window. Godiva is all that's left, and Godiva is now gone. 13-9. Your final score in that round, and man, oh man, Rod excited, taking off the headset and all. It is still a best of 3 though, but 13-9 by the way of the Retirement Home.
Okay. Rod and Retirement Home, only 1 game away from claiming that championship. so trash talking the other team, but they still have so much to do. It is not over yet. So much game to be played as Retirement Home takes it 1-0 so far.
I mean, let's put it simply. There are 13-9 at the end. Both sides having 9 plants on their side of the floor. One of the bigger differences, though, on the retakes at the very least. I mean, nobody really had any good retakes on their side of the half. But SEC only getting 2 rounds and only one of them by defuse as well. So that's, I mean, main thing there is that both attacks are really good. So now we go on to, but that was on more of an attack side of map anyways. That was on Haven.
Yeah.
Now we get to see only 2 maps of 2-sidedness left to go. And that is on Bind, and that is on potentially Fracture. We won't say Fracture yet, but now it comes down to Bind here, where SEZO, it is up to them. I mean, what do you want to see here out of the team from SEZO coming up in the second map?
I just want a good game. You know, it'll be amazing to take into a game 3. You know, SEZO, they're trying their best, and they're a really good team as well. But they have to just kind of stop Retirement Home in their tracks. As soon as they get rolling, it's really hard to stop them from what it looks like. So I just really want to see a good game. SEZO could still take this. We could see Fracture, but Bind, a very popular map. Let's just see how they manage to play.
Final scores, by the way, at least in terms of kills and ACS. Your MVP for that map was Mikey, 301 on the ACS with a triple-double, 24-13, or double-double, I should say, 24-13 and 10 on the assist side. Encrypto, though, with 13 assists, and actually 3 players on the Team 4 Retirement Home having that double-double in terms of kills and assists, which is really good news in terms of teamwork for you. Encrypto with the 21 kills, 13 assists, and then the other one, Frog, 12 kills onto 11 assists. So mind you, just for fun, the comparison between the 2 captains here, because I know they're going to pay attention to this, between the 2 captains, a 1-kill separation, but Rod wins it 17-16 in the end between the 2 captains. So not a bad start for the oldest man in the room, known as Rod, but it'll be fun here in the end, coming to the second map as we take a short break here in just a little while. But first and foremost, we do want to once again tell you that this entire broadcast is brought to you and presented to you by Working Gamers. And if you've ever queued up for a ranked game after work and immediately regret all your life choices, well, we've all been there. That's why Working Gamers now exists. Instead of random teammates and chaos, you get structured leagues, real teams, and people who actually want to win and have fun doing it. There's no trolls. There's no excuses. It's just gamers with jobs. Trying to run it back one more time, because gamers with jobs deserve a league too. Join the Discord using the QR code in the blue, and then on the red side, join in on the socials as well. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we will have map number 2. It comes over to Bind on the other side. This is the Hawaii Esports Open Championships live from Kawaii Kon 2026. Welcome back, everybody, here to the floor. Welcome back, everybody, here to the floor of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. Clutchkey alongside Rose here with you, Keegan alongside Garrett here as we get set for map number 2. But before that, because the League of Legends guys got to do this, why don't we get the opportunity to do this? We're going to rip open one of these 2 packs here of Riftbound. We're going to see something real quick. But I'm going to give the opportunity to pick which pack we get to do it. So, sir, as we're right next to Rod, by the way, the winning team. So, sir, go ahead and pick one for me as to which one we're going to open. That one. Okay, so he said this one. Okay. So we're going to leave that on the side for right now. Okay. Maybe you get another one. Okay, so here we go. So now I would like to, obviously point out here that you are more of the league person than I am here.
Kind of, yeah.
So you know much more of what's going on here. So we're just gonna run these down here. This is a how to play card, I guess. So I'm just gonna run it down. So
it's usually the last three.
I don't know if you guys can see what's going on here. So maybe it's down to the last couple.
Yes.
So okay, we're just gonna go through the common cards here.
Ooh.
I'm not too sure if everybody can see this on the stream. We're gonna try our best to. Okay. Now it comes down to these last couple here.
Okay, you'll feel it. You'll feel it.
I'll feel it. Okay.
After this.
I'll feel it. Okay.
Okay. It's like okay.
Okay. So, is this? It says J Medarda.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Oh, nice card.
Then it goes to Bard. I know who Bard is.
Okay.
At least.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah. And then the last card here
usually a rune.
Is a Chaos Rune. So.
Okay.
Nothing very exciting.
Nothing too big. We do have one more here.
We do have one more. We're going to save that for later. We're going to save that for afterwards.
Oh, my gosh.
We're going to save that for later. But a big thanks to Hotspot Gaming Cafe out in Kapolei for providing us these packs to rip on stream. And again, you can check them out over in Kapolei, where right now they are closed because of Kawaii Kon, obviously. Yes. They brought us some of the computers. And speaking of the computers, by the way, big shout out not only to Hotspot Gaming Cafe, but also to the Hawaii Pacific University guys as well. So it's all a full collaboration. Speaking of colleges, once again, University of Hawaii system here as well with West Oahu, represented by you, and then some of the University of Hawaii Manoa as well. So big shout out to everybody that's here on the floor here today at Kawaii Kon 2026. All right, so before we go into our next game, by the way, we do have stats from that last game for you, and mind you that the stats between the two teams kind of got dicey here, and it was a very, very interesting one between the two teammates there. You can see for Mikey, at the very least, 24 eliminations, and for Rocky Raccoon, 14 eliminations. But meanwhile, again, it was the duel. It was kind of the duel there between Mikey on the Phoenix, who was the MVP of the game, mind you, a 301 ACS. Nobody even crossed 260. The only closest one to Mikey was a couple of points away at 257 on the average combat score, 21 kills, but 24 kills for Mikey on the eliminations, and damage per round 214, meaning that's 2 kills, almost nearly 2 kills if you're including shields, of course, nearly 2 kills per round as well. So this is a really good team from retirement home. But now SCZO, I should say on the other side with Derek as the captain, saying that they didn't want to play yet. Said our team didn't want to play yet. We didn't have anybody that wanted to play yet, minus Oblivious Snowman. She does very well with the ACS, or in terms of kills, and the only one with the double-double with 14 kills on 12 assists. Otherwise, the only two teammates going over 200 ACS in that game for SCZO would have been Kodaiva at 225 and 235 for the captain on 16 kills of Derek. So this is going to be a big one, because now it's on to Bind. We go from 3 sites down to 2.
Bind is, a comfortable map for a lot of people. I mean, it's obvious. They would pick Haven into Bind. OG maps, as I said before the break, is that there's so many ways to play Bind, though, because you have the teleporters, and you have just everywhere to go, and you can play fast, slow. But this map has been around for such a long time.
Oh, yeah.
So many teams know what to do, and they have their own play style. So just kind of exciting to see where this game will take us.
Now, reminder that this will be one of the last times, if not for a little while here, that we are going to see Bind, because when it comes to patch 1208, we are going to have Bind come out and then Ascent come back in.
Yes,
so as a Killjoy player myself, I'm very happy about that. Mind you, I'm not very high level. As high level as these guys.
Ascent is such a fan favorite map.
Yeah, Ascent is a fan favorite map. It does come back in rotation. So this is one of the last times we are going to see Bind here, at least in the rotation, until that 1208 patch comes in. But meanwhile, again, both teams searching for what is a share of the over $1,000 prize in terms of not only prizes but gift cards as well, courtesy of our friends from Zippies. I do want to give a quick shout out to Kevin Yim one of our great friends there from Zippy's, one of the good people in the world here for helping us out, sponsor this event here at the inaugural Hawaii Esports Open Championship, I should say. HEI with the collegiate teams also there, the presenting sponsor for it. So shout out to Kevin and the good people at Zippy's. Let's go ahead and give us your agent select here for Bind and for SCCO. A little different from what they had before for a couple of reasons. Again, Blonded does come in for this team. In the meanwhile, on the other end, you do have a couple of changes in for the defensive end for the team out of retirement home as well. Brimstone we will see for the first time as well.
Brimstone is really good on this map as well. It's a very comfortable pick. You have the stem, you have the molly, the incendiary, plus 3 smokes out here. It's especially good for the defense and all the offense as well. Just everything. Stem, molly, smoke is the name of the game. Orbital Strike's such a good one too. You get your opponent off the plant or off the defuse. Really anything goes when it comes to this team comp as well. I remember for King of the Hill, I remember we had a full overtime match.
Yes,
and
I remember this.
Which involved the 2 guys here, Derek and Rod. But, this could be played very, very differently. I casted 2 bind games yesterday, and now I'm casting a 3rd. So
big thing for this next map, by the way, Koldiva moves on over from that Sage or AKA the Sentinel, moving on over to a controller instead of the Clove. So here's where we go now, backing up immediately. And here comes the attack from the retirement home side. Frog, though, runs right on in with the shield. He's able to take down Koldiva. They go back and forth here on trades, but now SCGO with the advantage. Smoke is inside of that, Spike is inside of that smoke. Trailblazer comes out, and Crypto, though, on the bad end of a jump and a hop. Now it's a 2 versus 1, though. It comes down to Previx here, nearly getting Derek caught out, but now Derek knows where that last one is around the corner, has to slide, now looking for it. Looking for just 1 shot to land, no bullets left, no life left. And SCZO with the defensive start here. And already we got shouting across the way here.
Hey, this is a winner, go home for the side of SCZO. Really, you gotta play such a different style. You gotta play a little bit more aggressive, change it up. This is your whole tournament life on the line. While Retirement Homes is looking for this win, trying to gain this championship, trying to become the first ever Valorant Hawaii Esports Open champions here at Kawaii Kon 2026. As the round goes, Saturday Light does go off for both sides, both skies able to go in. Outlook of the CPS. But a quick slide in from Frog onto CMD. That bucky pick was quite aggressive there.
But that also does not mean that they know that maybe only 1 person left on the team. Quickly here, Rocky Raccoon though, taking care of business momentarily, takes out Frog, does get blinded. Guiding Light, but is able to at least get away from dodge. Get out of dodge here momentarily. They will get the plant down onto this A site. Really nothing doing here in terms of a retake for now, as teammates starting to rotate on over from the B site. Here comes the retake though. There is some healing, and that also gives Rocky Raccoon a chance to take down Mikey. Another one low health bar and a full one at that. And the molly roll, sliding right into some danger there. But they're all stuck on one side of the floor, and rather this is not good. And they got a rush here. Rod out of it, gets the bucky kill, finds 2, but cannot find the other 2. It will be the defuse coming up here, and it will be the 2-0 lead. But again, first round of the attacks on both sides back on Haven was just 1 kill. This time around for the Retirement Home, they find 3.
All right, heading into round number 3. Some stats, Rocky Raccoon getting that 3K with the Outlaw. But as you see, the economy is still kind of low, especially since 1 member remained from the side of SCZO, ending that round number 2. So they're going to have to kind of play around with it. They have a few pistols. Rocky Raccoon is going to fully buy out. But on the side of Retirement Home, they're going to have all these weapons, with the exception of Frog having the bucky. Playing the game of Rocky Raccoon a little bit with the shotgun, where you can just dash in and just kill someone. Close up, Diving Light does spawn out a couple. Wanda getting 2, brought in Prefix to get their own. They kind of need to leave, but Kodaiba gets the pick onto Prefix. And they push out, but Mikey, calm aim, possibly, but will get the shot.
1 versus 1 down the line. One knows where one is, the other one doesn't. Mikey saw, but does not find the pick at the end. It's a 3-0 lead for the team from retirement, or from SECO, I should say. Man, oh man.
That trend where it was, I think, a 4-0 lead, a 4-0 starts coming out from SCZO in map number 1. Will history repeat itself, or can SCZO rewrite another story in game number 2? They did end up falling from game number 1, starting out strong in the start of it. But we're gonna head into round number 4, going up long, but Mikey with a very nice eagle headshot onto the dive blow. That is the controller player. And the execution is fully on. Derek is gonna back out a little bit as the site belongs to retirement home right now. Coming off a little bit of a light buy. Their economies were disrupted because of that, but Derek gets to take on 2 picks. And now the flank does go off, but the post plant from a brimstone orbital strike into elbow, but Derek using the shrouded step to get away. Paranoia does go off as the retake commences. And what's going to happen is Frog gets one up. Frog fighting in, but CM is able to get the kill. There's now 2v2. Wandin playing guard, playing the defense, but the Incendiary able to get CMD off the spike and gets the kill. Rod playing it. One in Crypto, one in long, but cannot flick, and Crypto getting the stinger. Last kill to secure the round, 3-1. Still in favor of SCZO.
And the big thing is Rod having the lineup there also stops them from getting it half. It was just short of half. So even then, it would have needed to be a panic try to defuse. So in the end, lineup 2 work in the end of the day for this team from the retirement home who finds a point, and it's a big point in that too. Now you look at some of the economy here from SECO. It's again a toss-up in terms of economy now. It's a toss-up now to the point where if SECO loses this round, it's going to be retirement home's third round to win, if anything, and we're going to be tied up square again. So now they have the opportunity to go on. They've been down this V long for the entire time. Trailblazer is just going to confirm this momentarily. Derek having to use the stinger to just take care of that. Derek having to make some noise on the TC, but I don't think Frog notices it. Frog doesn't notice it for the beginning here. Looking at the wrong time. Cadola did not look down that corner in the right time. And Crypto's going around there. And Crypto, though, finding 2 along the way. Derek does get a trade out onto Rod, so more finals, if anything, than you got to worry about. But Mikey, another one you have to worry about down on elbow side. Rocky Raccoon having to slide away. Gets one on the side. Nearly gets them all. We nearly had the clip of a lifetime from the Neon. Nearly. Oh my goodness, what that would have been.
Had the aim, had the direction, but unfortunately, the members of retirement home.
Oh my God, we need to watch this again.
So 3 peaks with the slide, gets 2 in the process there.
God.
But finally stopping it in Crypto. Now we head.
What that could have been.
Let's calm down. Round number 6 starting. Last 2 have belonged to retirement homes, regaining their footing. But the cut does go down. They're going to play really fast. Now with the judge, an upgraded shotgun. Derek getting the trade. Trailblazer able to find Derek. I'm not going to find CMD. CMD does have a button. Was trying to shoot it. Looks like the rotation coming out from retirement home are going to go.
Mikey's down to 4 health. Needs the overgrowth already from the sky. Still stop her. It's going to be pulled out here, but no avail in any case. Going to be a spike planted down onto the A site. Second time they've done this here in the past. And they find it though. They find on the 1 trade. They're going to 1-for-1 trade though. There are from the shadows. In Mikey pierces the cube. Fine. CMD awesome. They're holding the site down. It's up to the captain of Derek. Up into heaven right now. Gets 1. Can't find the second. Does find a hit. But it's not enough to take the kill. And we are squared at 3. That is huge.
Tied up. Having to warm up to the map. Retirement home. Looking to take the lead earlier than game number 1. Trying to see if they can push this to a 4-3 lead. Into game number 2. We do have the economy here. SCZO playing kind of equally. They do have the full guns, but not everyone has the full shields. But Retirement Home sitting pretty, full guns, full shields. Their attack has been pretty good. 3 rounds, 3 of the last rounds have belonged to them, scoring it up 3-3.
Right now it's got a little bit of fear into SCZO right now because that's 3 straight rounds for the Retirement Home. Having to move out of it because of the paint shells. Blonded is forced to move out of that area and move into open air. They're taken care of immediately. Trades left and right here. Godiva though, not dead yet. Trying to run this into the smoke, does so. Only has a little bit of amount of time to get something done. Godiva right into U-Haul, gets 1, gets the reset, is back in. There's hope. Now it's down to 2-1. Have the orbital strike. Now you have the lineup here from Rod, but they know where that lineup is immediately, knowing that someone's amiss there. Like though, having to get it off. Not a lot of time though. CMD Awesome does find Rod for the kill. It is half. And that is gonna be it. So yes, they do get the defuse, and SCZO is gonna find themselves a 4th point.
Lineups in 2026 is crazy, but the stall was kind of worth it. That's not gonna be the first or the last time we're gonna see any lineups whatsoever from Rod as the Brimstone player. But SCZO able to secure that last round, trying to disrupt the momentum that Retirement Home has built so far into this game, trying to see if they can get a couple more rounds, trying to get the lead going into the second half. They want to take this into game number 3. The economy kind of spread thin between both teams.
You want to play? Let's play.
Rod is going to use the fast lane. They're already executing well. No one's in Lamb.
With no one in Lamb, that's free space that they get now.
Oh,
now they're just gonna teleport in. They're gonna do a team-wide rotation here. They're gonna put the smoke down, but in this case, it's gonna be too little, too late if they drop down now, which they do so. And Crypto finds Godiva. And now you're dead. You don't have your ultimate on. Gamer though with the food, of course. You got Rocky Raccoon down. Traded out immediately. What doesn't know is that a shotgun to the face is almost instant kill there. Frog somehow still alive in the process and just runs them by. Frog somehow gets away with all of that shenanigans and finds another pick. Gets out of back area now. Encrypto doing some kind of Jonas scam there, but instead Derek finds 3, makes it a 1 versus 1. Who wins this down to the end? It's Derek, the captain. The captain makes a salute.
Sky
Scores
does not
the point.
have fake out. Sky does not have fake out. Almost got it. What was that? Derek is standing. What an insane round. Left to Mikey to finish the job.
How does Frog get away with this, by the way? I don't know how Frog gets away with this. Full health for CMD Awesome. Frog slides, and then Derek. Mind you, this was a 1 versus 4 in this process. Encrypto just having fun for some reason. Tries the Yodu Deke. And at the end of it all, Mikey versus Derek. And the captain of SCZO comes up big.
Derek has 13 goals so far in the half of Rod doing the same thing, but Derek catches them out. Godiva getting 1, but Rod getting 3. Prefix getting 1, but so much is happening. 2v1 now in the hands of Mikey. Rocky Raccoon and Derek, the last 2 remaining, but Rocky has their name. Straight from long. 6-3 now. Advantage for SCZO.
And that was a near team effort to go through the portal there, to go through portal from A to B and just crash onto everything Retirement Home had. And Frog, yes. Try me once, shame on you. Try me twice, shame on me, I guess. And Frog finds the other end of the barrel. You're not getting away with it twice. There's no way. So
maybe in the future. Bro.
Yes, maybe in the future, but the second time will not be right now, is what SCZO said.
Expected that heavily.
Has to Bucky yet again, by the way. So maybe a second attempt to just try to slide around the corner. Oh, does get a good touch around the corner. This is the first one. I don't know how.
That's a headshot. That's why.
But Rocky Raccoon finds one around the corner inside the smoke. Goes Derek. Captain's able to find 1 kill. Prefix and Mikey, they'll straight up 2. 1 versus 1 here. Blonded right up against Mikey.
Here.
No guiding light
No.
available.
No guiding light, no help anywhere here, no ultimate to help you out in the first place. 1 point away from the ultimate in this case. But Blast Pack makes the sound. Prefix, though, looking for the right area to look at. Doesn't do it for the moment. Now they're making comms, obviously, because now this is not more of a strategy. This is more of the guessing game here. What happens from this point on? And it sounds like, and it looks like they are going to plant up on B here. And they will get on B. So what do they do from the shadows here? The shadows go from the shadows is immediately going to go into the elbow area. They're going to try to find out the right place, the right time. The retake is going to be here, but Mikey finds Derek sleeping. Finds him in the wrong direction. It's up to Blonde to make things happen now. Just one. But up in hookah makes it a little bit difficult now because that spike is in such a bad position for him. Right around the elbow area. Has to look in one direction. Mikey finds 4 for the round. And a point back. Going on over to the retirement home.
Good round coming out. Retirement home. Playing all sides of the map. Did take quite a long time to finally get the flank down, but Potato plays in nice corners, playing together. One from elbow, one from 2, one from Cubby. He's playing all around, leaving Blonded in that 1v3 situation. Now Retirement Home want to tie it in going into the second half. That is the best case scenario.
I'm very surprised this was Bucky picked here for Godiva because that means that for the next round you're not going to have a rifle in that. I mean, you might have it just for shield, but hello, Boobot able to find one around the corner. Paranoia versus a blind as well. Mikey though is able to find the kill onto CMD Austin. Continues the route in to U-Haul, but finally stopped. Rocky Raccoon with 2 now on the slide out. They find it now in a 2 versus 2 situation. Tries to go for the spike plan, doesn't get it. Now 2 versus 2. Overgrowth there momentarily. Secret's going to find what they need to do. But do they know if it's 1 or 2 in there? Spike is down in a very precarious position here. Trying to slide out. Good concuss. Someone finds it. But Blonded though, still alive. It's Blonded versus Prefix. It's on A site most likely. Blonded doesn't see the plant go down. Forced to peek. Plant now goes down onto A site. Blonded trying to find the win, and it's not happening. Prefix is there for the peak. And the point back, and it's 6-5 in the last round of the half. But that was scary for Retirement Home momentarily.
I do think the opening pick was due to Pain Shells, then the Boom Bot, or because I was trying to get a quick kill with that Bucky, which you were surprised about that whole pick. But yeah, excellent execution coming out from Mikey, able to get that 1 pick, and also into this CMD just panicking a little bit, able to get 2 kills. But in the end, it came down to that 1v1 situation. So SCZO still on that save phase. They're able to do so much damage and almost winning that round.
Back to live action. The Brooker passes in, and they immediately rushed in, taking down the only player on that game side so far. Now they're going to run this down here. 3 looking down lane. Which way you look the wrong way, Frog. You had a 50-50, lost it. Derek finds it though. Derek finds the kill. They're going to plant all of his back sight on A. Now, even Neon. Around the ult. See if that happens anywhere. Time starting to waste away. Everybody sneaking. Ron and Prefix find 1. Finds another one. Looking for a 3rd. Does so. 2 versus 1. 2 to 4 still out. Looking for it. Derek though makes it a 1v1. The captain up against the Rays. Mikey wins it though, and it's a tie half. 6-6.
Oh my goodness. What a round. Prefix coming up huge. In that scenario, when the plant went down, it was a 3v5. Prefix able to get a 3K to even out the numbers, to even out the odds. And now you see that best case scenario that I was talking about, now 6-6 going into the second half, playing so even. Derek showing out for Team SCZO. As you see, I mean, actually both Rocky Raccoon and Derek do have 18 kills apiece.
And same thing on the split on the other half. 14 kills for Mikey and Prefix. So there, I mean, right now there's your carries. And unfortunately for Rod right now, if they lose this map, the differential 11 kills at this moment, not looking quite good between the 2 captains. Remember, Rod won it by 1 kill at the end of the game. So now it's 6 versus 6 on the scoreboard. What does the CCO have on their half? Remember, back on Haven, score was 7-5 in favor of SCCO when they attacked. Rocky Raccoon taking care of Frog, one of the bigger things there. In terms of taking care of a really pesky annoyance in terms of a Neon flying right around you. Looking for the space to go in. Showers is now covered. Showers even going to be Molly down. One Molly action now gone. Prefix over the headhunter takes down Derek. Looking around, and now what's the call here? They're looking to see if they rotate, but that's also because the spike is now down in a really bad position. Prefix taking care of CMD, awesome. Guys gonna have some light to work with. Guy like takes care of one, nearly takes care of a second. Back down to a 2 versus 2 though, now 1 versus 2. But you know where the last one is, that's on the spike. Around the corner, can't flick in time, and Prefix finds the defense to play with. 7-6 lead now for the retirement home.
Yeah, good round coming out from retirement home, pushing out and playing the game. Good shots coming out from Prefix, gaining 3K that last round. Was playing tight corners, was throwing off a lot of members from SCGO. Entering there, now we head to another score line of I'm not going to say it.
Hold on, what's somebody in the audience? There it is.
Okay.
Who here is sick of that joke? Who here is sick of that 6-7 joke? Not a lot of people in this room. Okay, never mind.
Paranoia does go off in Luka as we hope to get rid of this 6-7 joke. Oh, but already into it. Rocky Raccoon already wants to side with the Bucky. TNT gets a Bucky kill of their own. They really needed that. Now, 5 still. Against 1 Rocky CMG. Now in a 4v1 situation. Prefix gonna be faced with a lot of shotguns. Cannot play this close. Does spot where Rocky Raccoon is into Cubby. Does see the barrel of the Bucky. But CMG now with the upgraded Judge. Able to tie it up 7-7.
That's a big one as well because they did take that risk of buying up in that round, right? And the risk at the end now pays off because now the economy for the retirement home in shambles. So a 7-7 tie right now. If you're thinking for SCZO, you're thinking right now that you have that big lead. And already our first player up to 20 plus kills, Rocky Raccoon, sitting at the 22, 12, and 6. Nobody quite in the double digits yet in terms of the assist line. But man, Rocky and Derek doing the work here in this game. And at a do or die game at that. Prefix, what a shot on the headhunter, finds one. Snaps the fingers and gets back. Blonded is able to find the vengeance and then a +1. Moves it on over. Now it's the defense on the look for Rocky Raccoon. Doing work. Showing why you're at 26 kills, 25 kills at the moment. Has another one. Mikey, though, having to retreat all the way, and now makes it even harder for the retake at this point in time. But now, Mikey going all the way back. Is it hunting time? Is it hunting time? And answer might be no for the moment. Mikey's going to see the sky along the way here. Man, this plan down, though. Are they going to hide all in here? They are. They're going to look for one sight line, and all you have to do is get that one sight line. 34 health in a dream. Now what does the team want to do here? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, guys. That's a little rude. Firing squad to end it. That's a little rude. But 8-7 the score line is, well, for the lead, SCZO takes it back.
For the past 2 rounds, major contributions coming out from Rocky Raccoon. In the previous round before that one, went all the way around the world on the B side, went through Hookah, went all the way into Garden, was able to find one, creating a lot of space for the team. And now, I believe he had a 3K or a 4K for Rocky Raccoon with that Phantom, able to create so much onto the site in this attacking phase. Kind of used to find a problem or fix it, but Rocky Raccoon getting one blinded, but Mikey getting one to Derek in a 4v3 situation. Fast lane is going to go off on the side of SCZO. And light speed as well. Kodaiba getting 2 here, but Prefix is still alive. Prefix getting a massive headshot on to Rocky Raccoon, but blinded, and the rest of the team. Double peek that. Kodaiba blinded, able to finish off that round. And now we're facing a very interesting spot. 9-7. 3 of the past 4 rounds starting off the second half belong to SCZO. The only one that didn't was the pistol round. They were able to buy out into the second round successfully, leading so much momentum going into this. Now, once again, as I said before, retirement home do need to find a fix for this. They need to see what they can do on this very light buy. Trailblazer will be going off into Hugo, trying to get any vision, but will get destroyed. As Retirement Home need to try to defend this. They don't have full weaponry, but all the guns that they do have will provide so much damage.
At this point right now for Retirement Home, you're just looking for first pick. You're looking for this kill. You do have Brutal Force at the ready for any big sight line, but that big sight line now moves, so a little bit dicey here. Paranoia comes down, not going to find anything. So they find Blonded around the corner, Mike with a shotgun. Brutal Force comes down, finds the kill on the Rocky Raccoon while sliding away. Spike though in precarious position. Derek picks it up though. Around the corner, Derek takes care of Prefix without taking a single damage, mind you, not even a single chip damage. Godiva though, what a flank this would be if they notice, or what a play this would be if they notice it. Around the corner, just trying to retake the site. They've actually more or less flipped the script here in terms of it. Keeping away. Now looking for the plants. Side of the smoke. It'll be, but Godiva does have not hit yet. Trying to get out of the window, trying to sit pretty, and trying to go around the corner with the shorty. Is able to win it. Needs to win the 1v1 though against Frog, and it doesn't happen. Frog finds the point, and if there was ever any need of a big point, that's the one.
Stopping the momentum is something Retirement Home really needed to do. Here we go. Rod is going to get that defuse. Orbital Strike here is really important to do. Such a strong ultimate, especially in a moment like this.
Two ultimates are already available for the side of Retirement Home. Meanwhile, two players are 2 points away from also getting their ultimate. So Retirement Home sitting pretty in terms of ultimates. But for SCZO, haven't been using it, or haven't spreading it across the board. Derek does have some damage, but Blonded and CMD also one away as well. So plenty of, action left to be played here. But we're in round 18 already. Again, this is as close as it gets. But remember, when they were up at 1 point to 9, or SCZO only scored 9 points in that last game back on Haven. They're at 9 right now. Can they push past it into the double digits? That's the big question. What do they want to do here on their attacking side? Don't know if they heard Boombot go off momentarily. There was a lot of people looking for it. Does Frog notice it? I think Frog does. Going already, you're running the heck away. Pink Shells come out. Pink Shells does a little bit of chip damage. Not enough to be too significant, but enough to take care of the shield. Showstopper fires and finds two down the fast lane. Mikey finds four, looking for the ace. Mikey is one away from it. Needs to find it though. That Showstopper may have just done it. And looking for it, gets it. Mikey is him at the moment. 9-9 scoreline tied it up. Man, oh man, what a round for Mikey.
Now, oh my goodness, Mikey really stopping all that momentum. As you see, the fast lane did go off from the Neon. Blindly shoots the Showstopper into it, gets two, and all the shots were hitting all day. Mikey picking up an ace. Here, tying the score up now, 9-9, I believe. Putting SCZO now in the uncomfortable position as we start the next round. Trailblazer going into Lamp. Prefix, though, going to stay on site. Does retract the rendezvous. We're going to have Rod trying to hold it here.
I've got your train.
Oh, did trade a little bit of space going to Lamps. But Godiva already on the flank, catching out Mikey, who had the ace earlier. Blondie getting a headshot on Rod into a 3v5, but Encrypto fights back. Going on to the side already. Frog getting CMD. Derek in a dangerous situation, having to go back into two. Godiva getting the pick onto Frog. And Raptor Raccoon immediately back onto the B site where the bomb has been planted. And now post-plant is the name of the game. 2v3 favorite. SCZO want to take back this lead. Want to take back the momentum.
Such a huge round. This is a key round here.
I'm too far.
Paranoia.
Can't snap your fingers away either. You're out of range from it. Godiva, though, gets the trade off for a free pick at the moment on elbow, and SCCO finding the win. Finds the win in a key round in a 10 versus 9 now. They find their double digits. Find the rest. Rocky Raccoon 3 away from the 30 bomb.
Win or go home situation here for SCZO. Trying to do what they can. Potentially 3 rounds to go to secure the win. Go into game number 3, which is Fracture. That round was very, very good. Godiva with that huge flank, catching all of Retirement Home off guard.
Cover going out.
As we head into the next round, trying to build a little bit of a gap. Up around, Raccoon just slides in there, slides into Lamps with the judge, getting Prefix, the main holder of 8 sites for the side of Retirement Home. It looks like they have a lot of space here. Still playing a bit slow. Bomb has not been planted yet. But Godiva getting that angle, that cheeky angle. Rod retaliates though, but CMZ with the trade. Frog with the trade for Retirement Home. Now 3v2, and it looks like they really just swap sides here.
I know. At this point, it's just swapping sides here. No plan down just yet. Frog does have the option to use it. They decide to use it. Right around the corner.
High-low.
2-on-1, high-low peak. Able to find the kill. Now it's down to Encrypto. Encrypto, the only one left. Around the corner, gets caught though. As Derek's planting, Derek finds the pierce to the wall. It's 11-9. They're 2 rounds away from forcing it, from forcing us to play another.
Yeah. Excellent, excellent execution. Rocky Raccoon setting the tone, sliding into Lambs with the judge, getting the pick onto Prefix. And a lot of the members from Retirement Home did have the plan to flank. At least 3 members did flank there. But Godiva able to hold the flank, able to hear a lot more from where that came from. Now 11-9, 2 more rounds for SCZO. But Retirement Home still on the retaliation. They will not give up yet. They are 1 win away, 1 game away from winning this whole game. So much on the line here. Trying to get a quick few picks. But now the slow game. Cut the noise. Cut everything. Make them guess. Do not let them know your next move.
And at this point, they're having to use util to try to figure out where everybody is. They'll have to show Wizard make some noise, though.
Scout destroyed.
This is what it is. But what he don't know is right down the middle. That's a huge flash that comes at the hit 4. Is it enough to take over that lane, though? It's not for the moment. There are still people in there, but Encrypto, they find a 2 versus 1 trade. People left, though. Inside of here, around the corner, inside the smoke. They don't know right now that he finds 2 on 1 shot. Godiva around the corner, though, is able to find Mikey around the corner. Godiva saving it again, but it's not going to happen this time around. 2 for 1. The bonus there in a big round for the Retirement Home to keep themselves alive in this game.
Shotguns playing a crucial part in this whole game. Frog just really just diving in, and then you have the Bucky kill. A double kill coming out from Mikey. But Godiva was so close to clutch, but the trades were there from Prefix to end the round. 11-10, so close. As we head into this round, still very crucial for both teams. Can we get a tie, or can we get a match point coming from SCZO?
It's going to be a big thing. Just to have this round is massive now. Be it. Tries to showstopper through. 4-0 there. Godiva has to use the not dead yet. Seeing what they can do with it. Rocky Raccoon gets Frog though, not dead yet, running out of time. Running out of time along the way, but it doesn't even matter when Godiva goes down. It's going to be the orbital strike that falls to the wayside for nothing at the moment. Viking's now down on the inside. He can go onto the entry. Gets the concussed off. Rocky Raccoon finds Rod and Mikey. And on top of the box, Rocky Raccoon's there. It's match point SCZO. They're 1 away from forcing game 3.
4K coming out from Rocky Raccoon. Set the tempo, set the pace. 32 kills on the board. Dropping the 30 bomb. Here in game number 2 for the Hawaii Esports Open Championship Finals. Kawaii Kon 2026 on the brink of a game number 3. SCZO trying their hardest. Retirement Home need to retaliate, need to find a solution. Trying to disrupt this momentum. They want the game 3. SCZO playing patient, but they've been executing precisely quite well. A lot of hookah, but Prefix getting the headshot. Prefix getting the head glitch headshots. 3v5 favor of Retirement Home. They are not done yet. They are not giving up.
They're looking, they're searching. They're trying to find an answer.
But
Derek, though, turning it around on
the
a 10, finds 2. He finds 2 in the process. Seemingly looking for into sight. It's there. The only thing you have is a molly to stop this. They're not even going to try to do it for right now. Stops the plant momentarily. Nothing there. Let's peek around the corner. Rod, good instincts. Beats Derek for now. Plant goes on to the B site. And the retake is on. 3 versus 2. Trailblazer comes out, sees if it finds anything. For the moment it doesn't.
Sells the bird.
Noah has the kind of like Stars conversion pass if they want to use it now. Do they want to decide to use it?
Oh my
there.
goodness.
Finds one. Bud Rotting and Crypto trade out. And it's not over just yet. They will play round 24. See if it's over or we play OT.
This is where it matters. Retirement Home not out of it yet. The economy kind of spread here for the side of SCZO, but buying out your teammates last round for potential overtime. Buy out what you need. Use the ultimates. We do have Overdrive from Rocky Raccoon, and we also have Convergent Path still available, which I thought would be okay to use in the last round in that 3v2 situation. Prefix still having Tour de Force, but we do have a few judges popping up for both sides. Prefix gonna aim it down, Tour de Force. Using the chamber ultimate, Boombot does go down.
Prefix versus Rocky, here we go. This is the sight line you want to keep here. Paranoia is up, has to flash away, or has to rather get away here. Looking for it. Gonna come up here, judges between the two. Prefix finds 1 and 2. Has to switch to the classic though, but finds 2, but that's traded out in the end. Right around the corner though, another shotgun was played. Around the corner, has to pick it up with Godiva's there to take care of it. Now the ultimate Frog getting Derek right before the TP away. And now the flash all the way to the other side. Crypto waiting. Gets a lot of good damage down. London needing to heal. Plant's gonna go down. Yet again, gets the flash down, not self. Around the corner, gets a good cuss on. Keeps playing on. 1 versus around the corner, and Frog is there to take care of business. And we're headed to overtime. We get some more Valorant to watch.
This is game number 2. This could be the end. We're trying to push it, but let's see. SCZO and Retirement Home will be on the same economy going into this. This is a win by 2 situation. Rocky Raccoon with 32 kills, Derek with 25 leading their squad. Prefix with 29 kills. What an excellent round that was. Prefix able to use the judge in handy, and also the overdrive able to pick off Derek going into teleport. So many things, so many factors that contributed to that Retirement Home round win. And now we have switched sides for the moment.
SCZO will go on the defending half first. Retirement Home to attack. And this is big here now because, well, it's win by 2. Got to win both attack and defensive rounds to win this game out. And now the pressure's on SCZO. They lose the last 2 rounds. Now they're trading out evenly here, 1 versus 1. Godiva going right through the smoke. There is no holding back. The Frog all the way in to sight already. Went through Showers getting into sight, and now the same thing for the rest of the team. Showers the call. And they will start to plant this down. Rod will plant. And it is not on the east side just yet. They hear the sound of the plant. Nothing going down for show. They're trying to find to go ahead and take this down to the A site. Side of Uvaldo now. They're flipping the map here entirely. It looks like it is SCZO that wants to attack. Finds 2 kills ready around the corner. The shorty is there, but then now they know where Rod is. Paranoia hits. Bridgestone with the molly out. Now right around the spike, and it's there for the win. Spike's not going to last much, or molly's not going to last much longer anyways. It's a win for SCCO. Advantage to them.
Okay, it's time to calm down. A lot of emotions, a lot of momentum. The bomb has finally been diffused. 13-12, an SCCO advantage in their favor. They need to win one more. They need to win this attack round. But it kind of did look like the sides did swap because a couple members from retirement home did go through shower, was able to get blonded in short, while the rest of the 3 members of SCCO were still playing kind of in their spawn area. So anything is pretty much possible. We're all gonna just have full assault rifles, no shenanigans from what it looks like. Because that would also be a risk if you were to get a shotgun, because you have so much creds left over. You do not want to risk anything here. But then again, you risk it all. Godiva looking into hookah. Trailblazers for an advantage, but Prefix gonna get a nice headshot, but will miss the headhunter. Looking for anything. CMD is down.
CMD down for right now. That's a lot of people heading towards the teleporter. And a full, nearly a full team wide, but gotta be careful. Straggler 2 around the corner. Godiva's there. Takes care of business, evens it up before Prefix follows. Now they go towards Insight here. A couple of days going on in the background now. Looking for it. Inside of the smoke. Sized by the hands of the captain. 3 versus 2 now. Prefix is able to find Rocky Raccoon. Where do they head? See the option on B. Tour de Force is out for Prefix though. Paranoia. Now trying to keep you away. Some smokes coming up here. What happens for SCCO when you have Logan open and close to play with? Tour de Force misses the shot. Around the corner gets flashed out. Nothing doing for right now. Both sides want to play aggressively. 1 versus 2 on the trade. Derek finds Mikey. Going to another one to the ground. Prefix finds a 4th. And we're not done yet. Double overtime.
Oh my goodness. We're now in a 13-13. Still a win by 2 situation. We have at least 2 rounds left here. Oh my goodness. Playing pretty much trading each other well. If one gets a pick, then really around the map, it exchanges. Both teams playing very even here, regardless of the side they're on. 13-13. Retirement Home still have this game advantage. If they win, they win the championship by SCCO trying to take this game over 2. And so much happening. Starting to shower. Rock Raccoon able to get the first pick onto Frog. And now could get a second onto Encrypto. And will do just that. So much damage being taken from Rocky Raccoon, but still has a Sky available, but Prefix able to get one to the Dynamo. Prefix getting another one as well, coming up huge, coming up in the clutch. 3v3 now for both teams.
3 versus 3. Trying desperately to end this game, whether that be the series end or whether we go to 3. That happens down on B, but positioning-wise, anything at the moment here. Through the teleport, Rocky Raccoon's got to be so careful. 20 health. No Sky around. Save of the moment. Guiding lights on for 1. Prefix know where it's coming from. And Blonded is inside of the Trailblazer. Blonded doesn't know that Prefix is right there. It's up to CMD Awesome in a 1 versus 2. So retake the site. Starts it around the corner. CMD Awesome there for 1. But Mikey finds the trade. Retirement Home. Championship point now.
Had the right direction, had the right vision. One was an elbow, one was in guarded. Oh my goodness. CMD almost had it there, but it's not over yet. Rocket Raccoon with a few early picks in the beginning, but Prefix was there to finish the job. As you see, 36 kills apiece for both of the top boards from each team. Rocket Raccoon 36, Prefix 36. Trying to end this game or trying to take it into another overtime. And it looks like all routes point to the A site. For the side of SCCO, Paint Shells does go off. Mikey is going to play quite aggressively. Needs to switch. Flashback goes off. Needs to turn them away.
But nearly letting it sit there. Blonded, though, is able to take care of Rod. Gives the awesome trades after trades. Now onto the site. Godiva finds advantage. 4 versus 2. One inside heaven, one inside double area here from the up top ropes. They're able to find the ground momentarily. Spike still running, though. SCCO knows they have man advantage. They don't need to push. They don't even have to here. They know they have to hold down this fort between the two teammates of Encrypto and Frog. Just waiting, but starting to run out of time. Around the corner inside you, Hall of Play inside of Lamps. Nothing they're doing for right now. They try to be playing up and down from into heaven. They will go. Tries to start defusing on the trade. 1 versus 2 now. Tries to make the noise to do it, but it's going to run out of time regardless here. They might have the spike, but Godiva just dunks. Running out of time and just gets postered. We got a triple OT.
Able to hit their shots, executing the site perfectly. Mikey was pretty much in trouble there, making it into a 4v2, 2 members from retirement home, having to retake in that situation. Frog and Encrypto were oh so close, but Godiva ending it with such fashion with the knife onto triple on the bomb. Now we're going to have to see what approach can we take this here. We've had 2 overtimes. We're making the 3rd overtime. Bufon goes out and the throw goes down as well. Mikey needs to leave.
Good use of Yuto, though. Is able to use the paint shells to get out of dodge. Make sure there's no pushing happening here. Now there may be a call. There might be B. Smoke covers, though. Hard to tell where everything's happening. Derek inside. Oh, this is going to be a bad peek. Crystal finds Derek to start this. Retirement home on the first to attack here. Looking and praying. This could be their point. Crypto though finds Rocky Raccoon around the corner. CMD awesome though. Dashing in for 1. Doesn't get a second. 1 versus 4. Blonded though. At the bad end of a 1 versus 4. Once again, championship point number 2 for the retirement home now.
Does anyone have last point for this championship?
Merci.
Retirement home in the driver's seat. Each attack phase has been pretty good. We're now a prefix at a clean 37. Could hit a 40 bomb here in this match. But what is the plan coming out for SCZO? Still having the good buys. We're going to have a little bit of an interesting weapon there of playing more towards comfort as the push now starts to possibly go into A. Playing quite slow. Keep them guessing.
Bomb buddy out.
Guessing is the name of the game here, but Rod starts us off with a big pick. That's the captain down. Now, the big play here over the middle. On the slide, Mikey still finds it though. Spells the end. Mikey with another one. Godiva finds Frog though. Flash down, finds the lineup, and it's over! To make history, you gotta start somewhere, and the retirement home etches their name first.
The first ever Hawaii Esports Open champions in the first inaugural tournament. Finals here at Kawaii Kon 2026. What a game, what a match, what a series, and what a journey.
What a journey to get to the end of this point. At the end of it all, the face-off won by Rod. And the rest of the retirement home, Derek and company can only do so much. SCZO falls by the wayside with a difference about $600 in terms of the pot to be won. But what a performance by all players aside that. What a game, what a series. Final scores apart each of the ways. You can see the handshakes all across the way. Don't trip on the wires, gentlemen. Final scores, though, prefix Mikey, Rocky Raccoon, not over 20. Over 30 kills each. 30 kills. Rocky Raccoon 36, prefix 37, Mikey 33. Your MVP for the match was prefix 37, 22, and 3 on 355 ACS, man. Oh, man. You couldn't have asked for more minus a game 3 on that series.
Not, yeah. That would have been exhausting if it went to a game 3, but that's how much they wanted it. Took us to 3 overtimes in game number 2. In the win or go home mindset, SCZO really showing out, but in the end, retirement home with the upper hand and taking home the victory.
And man, oh man, I mean, it was back and forth no matter which way you looked at it at the end. But Retirement Home is able to, I guess if we're going by the age, or rather the generation of the University of Hawaii, the old school beats the newer school here between the two. At the end of it all, it is at the end of it all, Retirement Home scores the win, scores the pot, and is the first ever Hawaii Esports Open champions. And by the way, folks, if you enjoyed what we had here at the end of it all, I mean, look out for more. Look out for more. We are going to have more, and that's why you want to join our Discord. You want to follow us on our Instagram page, because there is going to be a lot, and I mean a lot, to look forward to. So go ahead and join us here. You can join us on our Instagram by scanning the QR code on your screen here to join not only our Instagram, but get the link towards our Discord channel as well, because there is going to be more. We promise you. If you were having fun here in Kawaii Kon 2026 here on the floor, or if the teams are having fun inside of the online qualifiers, you bet there is going to be more to have here, and I bet you and I are going to be working together a lot more down the line as well here. So once again, scan the QR code, join the Instagram page, join our Discord server. The more the merrier. There's sky's the limit into what we can have here in Hawaii in terms of esports, and if you want to make a team, hey, now's not a bad time to start looking for a team here. Thanks to Working Gamers later. We'll talk about them in a little while as well. But again, let's go over that match one more time. 13-9 win for on Haven, back for Retirement Home, and then we go down all the way. Oh man, it's a 15-14. It goes to triple overtime to figure this out, and they finally do. At the end of the road, Retirement Home is there to cover everything. But I mean, the Derek versus Rod rivalry here is going to be living for a very long time.
I think so. This is definitely not the end of it. Both teams just having so much fun on stage. What an experience this is. You don't have this every day, every weekend. Not all your Valorant games are going to be in front of this big crowd once cheering each team on. As a lot of crowd reaction happening today, and that's what I absolutely love. So thank you to the crowd.
Yes.
And thank you.
Excellent crowd, by the way, folks. Excellent crowd. Thank you very much here at HEOC 2026 and the inaugural HEOC 2026 as well. We are hoping that we are going to have more of these, and by far the most exciting series we had here so far in 2026. Special thanks to everybody here who participated and everybody who joined in on the crowd. I know some people are very are very relieved that now they get to go to the Flow concert without having to work on, or having to watch this in between. Hey, we get to go watch a concert in between. We will get to another break. When we come back, we will talk MVP. We'll get to your MVP. Who is it at the end? Only between 5 players of Retirement Home. Who wins the big prize at the end of the road? And also, we will give out the rest of the pot to the winning team known as Retirement Home. Final scores one more time: 13-9 on Haven and 15-14 on Bind. Retirement Home etching their name as the first champions of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. We'll be right back live from Kawaii Kon 2026.
Bring the love.
All right, just making sure about that. Hawaii Esports Open Championship here, MVP right next to me, Mikey. Familiar side to you and me, of course, that we got to talk at the wall here with one another. But first and foremost, congratulations on the win. 20 bomb in game number 1, and then 30-plus bomb in game number 2. It took you a little while. I mean, what did that feel like at the end just to get that win over that other team that you had?
It felt really good. I knew kind of what they were going to do, so I satcheled Jesse into the air and then headshot him with the judge. But yeah, it was really fun. I told Prefix to give me his Primordial and Vandal, and I'll end the game for us. So.
All right, well, hey, Ayo, we're going to have a little bit of fun here we're going to have a little bit of fun asking you these questions right now before we get to the end part, and of course, before we get to your MVP moment with some prizes we have on hand. But talk to me about the whole experience here, because, I mean, I know you guys have had this whole there was a rivalry going on. Yes, mainly between Rod and Derek, but how fun was that kind of rivalry happening on stage just now?
It was a lot of fun. I always talk my shit. I've always done it. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can. My bad. But yeah, no, I honestly had a lot of fun. They were shooting back, so I was really hoping for it to be competitive, even if even if we choked and lost. And yeah, it was a ton of fun. And respect to those guys. I know they put in the grind, and they talked a lot about what they're gonna do against us. At least that's what Noah told us. So yeah, it was a really good experience.
Were you guys scared at all that you might be playing a game 3 in a little while, or what was the vibe there at the end?
I wasn't scared. I think Noah was, because he was kind of freaking out, but he was talking his smack once we started losing 12-10. But yeah, there was a moment when it was 12-10 where I died 2v2. I was like, shit. And then, Kaveh and Noah clutched it, so we all played pretty well.
Nice. All right, and then let's go on to some of the bigger things. I mean, what was your experience like here playing in the open qualifier? I mean, how has this experience been for you in this kind of open tournament, making your way up to the stage here on Sunday at Kawaii Kon 2026?
I think I enjoy this a lot better than the past ones, just because like you have the online qualifier, so it allows for more like you can run more best of threes, you can run like a better bracket with double elim, whereas before, I think at Kawaii Kon it was just like one day through to the finals and you're done, right? So I like this format a lot better. It would be fun to play it if you guys do it like yearly or tournaments throughout the months. So yeah.
I was gonna say too, like, what do you see for, because now that you've experienced here, what do you feel like the future looks like, or what do you want the future to look like here for esports, including you or maybe your friends, or what do you want to see for the future of esports here in Hawaii?
Yeah, I think we have in Hawaii like very good culture. A lot of different people play a lot of different things. I kind of just want people to compete, even if you're not the best or you're high rank. I think it's a lot of fun for everyone, and yeah, just coming together as a community.
All right, well, that is Mikey, your MVP here of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship in Valorant. We now present you some of the awards here as your MVP from Nevin from Working Gamers here, one of the hats, as well as a Zippy's gift card as the MVP of this Valorant side. And as we get there now, we will bring in the rest of the team here momentarily, as I'll just step aside here for the photo between the two. And you can hear the music in the back. You might be able to hear the music in the background. They're getting ready for another concert here. Now let's bring on the entire team here as your champions of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. This is your retirement home team, the first to do it here at Kawaii Kon 2026. And and they bring the cash. It's a huge amount of cash. Mind you, again, the pot was over $1,000 when we first entered, and prizes go to first and second, so it's not like before this retirement, or actually SECO were the ones that got a few of the prizes, but in first place, a good amount of the change going their way. And again, a good amount of prizes going their way as well. And if you haven't already, make sure, once again, if you're here in the room, you have QR codes all over the place to join us on our Instagram, to join us on our Discord server, and get the latest updates on tournaments coming up. Also, of course, this entire thing presented by Working Gamer, so go check out their league as well as their Discord page to check out what's going on around the islands. But we'll let them have their moment here. We'll close things down in a second, but let them have their all-time winning moment here as the first champions of the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. Back in a moment. We'll just close the mic here for a sec before we close things out. All right, once again, congratulations to the team of the retirement home, the first to do it here at the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. This has been a journey here, folks, and let's recap, because at the start of it all, we've had 11 teams in Valorant, 8 teams in League of Legends, had to go through one entire weekend in late March to get to our final 2, and then we have such a grand stage here at the end at Kawaii Kon 2026. Same room as the main event room as well, but there has been a very, very long journey to get here, and now we have finally reached the finish line. We finally reached the end of it all, but hopefully this is not just the end. This is just the beginning of something new here in Hawaii with the Hawaii Esports Open Championship. Before we go, we want to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors here that you see beside me. Of course, the biggest one with Working Gamers. Check them out with their socials, with their leagues coming up in a little while as well. Of course, to all of our entire crew here at EMP Live Designs, working very, very very well behind the scenes with production, including all of our casters, not only myself, but Garrett, Rosier, one of the casters for Valorant, and the other 2 lead casters, of course, with YK and Henru working that out for us on the League of Legends side here in the finals. And, of course, for all of our other sponsors, Hotspot Gaming Cafe, PC Gamers, Hawaii Candy. We also had Hawaii Pacific University here, too, to provide some of the computers you see down the lines. And, of course, to the University of Hawaii members that came out here from either the Women of UHE or the University of Hawaii Esports program in general. Thank you to them for their help. And, of course, to Zippies for providing some of our prizes as well. Kevin, one of the great people at Zippies, thank you very much. Special shout out to him. We want to say thank you to you one and all, either watching the stream or joining us here inside of the room here at Kawaii Kon 2026. This has been a great event. This has been a great Sunday. And most of all, this has been a great end to our journey in the first ever HEOC. So for all of us here, not only at EMP Live Designs, but for all of us in the crew and all of us behind the scenes and ahead of the scenes, we thank you so much for joining us here for the first ever Hawaii Esports Open Championship in 2026. We hope to see you in the future, and we'll see you down the road on the line here in Esports in Hawaii. Take care, everybody, and aloha.